Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech Comprehensive Training on SAP Funds Management. In this course, you will gain expertise in managing financial operations and ensuring compliance within the SAP ecosystem. We'll delve into configuring SAP Funds Management to align with your organization's unique budgeting and funding processes. You'll learn how to create commitment items, assign budget periods, and distribute available funds across various fund centers and functional areas. With ZaranTech's practical guidance, you'll be equipped to optimize fund allocation, maintain financial transparency, and ensure adherence to legal and regulatory requirements. By the end of this training, you'll possess the necessary skills to streamline financial operations and drive efficient fund management within your SAP landscape. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1, SAP Fund Management. 2, Fund Management integrated with. 3, Features of Fund Management. 4, Basic Configuration. 5, System Demo. 6, Budget Structure. 7, BCS partially complete. 8, Budget Control System. Let's dive in.
Now we'll start with the topics of funds, SAP Funds Management. Uh, the first session is I have some PowerPoints. So what exactly is SAP Funds Management? Funds management is used especially in public sector enterprises, or I have seen it being used in the Gulf region, UAE or Qatar, where the control over funds is an important function of the business. So they want to have a tight control over the expenditure and revenues and track it into certain specific buckets which are known as funds. So SAP Funds Management, it can budget actually the overall revenues and the expenditure for individual areas of responsibility, which are, defined as fund centers, or further specifically into funds. We'll come to those aspects in the next session. And these controls are established so that the expenditure incurred in a particular fund does not also exceed the amount of fund allocated to it. So area is one example could be SAP Funds Management used in conjunction with SAP Grants Management. So as you know, in the US, the government spends a tremendous amount of money on education. And the education sector is a recipient of grants, certain specific grants, and they need to track how much money was used against a specific grant, and they have certain limits over the expenditure. They have certain limits on the type of expenses that can be incurred. So this is all controlled through funds management. And
exactly my requirement, right? So to get to grant. So
yeah,
I mean, I don't interrupt you, but I'm going to work for a public sector client where they do have grants coming from multiple resources, and then in your purchase orders, in your whatever, they need to have commitments and grant, against whatever. So for example, like you would know, like $1,000 grant is coming from uh say for example organization A, 3,000 is coming from B, whatever, like things like that. And we need to track how much of it are we using against, based on POs and all expenses and all that stuff based on each type of grant. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Perfect. Okay. So yeah, good to know we started with the right context. Okay. So and the thing you mentioned is like about the POs and all. So as we know, SAP being an integrated system, this funds management is also integrated with other modules. So when you do the purchase order, for example, or a finance expense, or for that matter, any type of expenditure coming from other modules, it is going to hit funds management, and we are going to get different types of reports that tell you the budget versus actuals. So an important aspect of SAP funds management is the budgetary control system. So earlier we had, pre-HANA, we had two options, so whether to go for simple budget or the BCS. Now post-HANA, we have only the budgetary control system, which is more robust, which is more efficient, and which is stronger on the reporting side. So we'll come to those details, in the next sessions. So budgets can be adapted to changes in conditions. So it's not that the budgets are carved in stone. Budgets could have different versions. So, for example, at the beginning of year one, I start with a particular budget, and then depending upon the progress in quarter one, I have a chance to revise the budget. So, since you worked on, SAP, you know that. In cost centers budgeting also, there is a function to release budget, to capture additional budget, or to transfer budget from one cost center to another cost center. So similar functions are available in funds management as well.
Right.
It can be whatever. It can be more flexible than that. So we could have, for example, you have like 10 cost centers within admin. But when it comes to funds management, you really don't care whether it is, HR or finance that is incurring the expense, as long as it is of a particular nature. So we could have multiple cost centers pointing to one fund center.
Got
So as I said, versions of the budgets are possible, different versions, different data entry mechanisms are possible, like an Excel upload is possible because, especially for the end user, the data entry with the SAP can be very cumbersome. So instead you give him a template and you just ask him to fill in up the template and send it back to you, and you can upload that into the system at a as an IT function. So you are sparing him the bother of being confused with a lot of different screens and a lot of different terminologies that he probably won't understand.
Got
How do I see the slideshow? Okay. Okay, now here in this presentation, they have also considered one specific aspect of funds management where it's an application that allows brand owners to manage the administration distribution of. So it's not only brand owners, it's a wide range of entities. To track the state of money in funds from time it is budgeted to the time it is paid out to customers and partners. Depending on their authorizations, partners may also be able to view and manage their funds, and that is the whole purpose. That each individual owner of a fund center is responsible for managing his or her funds, and yeah, we'll see how that we can do that. So here again, we are trying to summarize what we discuss. SAP Funds Management is primarily related to creation and management of budgets. And the goal is to budget all the revenues and expenditure of cost and revenue elements, and limit transactions for elements within the allocated budget. So let's say for a particular GL account or a commitment item as it is called in funds management, if the budget is set at a particular level and that budget has already been reached, or that there's already the limit has been reached, then SAP should not allow the person to incur further expenditure on the same fund center or fund center commitment item combination. So the budgetary allocation actually stops the further booking of expenses on the same, I would say the same entity. The same rule applies for commitment items as well. So a commitment item could be at the same level of granularity as the GL item, GL code, or they could be at the summarized level. So, for example, my GL accounts all pertaining to material consumption could be different, but in funds management, they could be pointing to some different commitment item. So I have seen cases like that also. So I will show you in the GL master. If you see, there is a field called commitment item, and therefore we could define either the same thing, the same number, or we could define it at a higher level and combine several GL accounts into one commitment item. Correct. So, for example, if you have like office expenses, admin expenses, these expenses, traveling. So, within traveling at the GL level, there are generally different types of accounts. So, traveling basic, traveling daily allowance, traveling so and so, traveling taxi, traveling airfare. So, this kind of granularity may not be required in the funds management. So, what I can do is I can club them at a higher level of traveling and assign the same commitment item to all the GL accounts. So in that case, what will happen is they will of course flow at the summarized level of the traveling expenses. Uh, so this funds management is integrated with market development funds, trade promotion management, claims management. So these are very specific applications for pertaining to marketing campaigns or trade promotion campaigns. And yeah, so from what you mentioned, this may not be applicable to you. So, like a trade promotion management. So, if you have certain earmark funds for trade promotion, then you could, there is a module for SAP module for trade promotion as well. And then whatever transactions happen in trade promotion are automatically integrated with funds management. Similarly, market development funds. However, these are very niche products, and to be honest, I mean, not worked extensively on these products. Basically, these are, for very specific purposes. If we have any specific need, we could go into more detail of these products. And then it is integrated with SAP NetWeaver BI. So the budget control system is integrated with BI for reporting purposes. So we'll definitely see that how it can produce the reports. And of course, it is integrated with SAP ERP in the sense that all your transactions of SD, uh, FICO, HR are kind of flowing based on certain rules, certain derivation rules into funds management, certain master data and derivation rules, which we will uh, see in due course. Features of funds management authorizations to post into particular funds, grouping of the funds, budget postings, funds posting, fund usages, accrual of commitments, and scheduling and monitoring jobs. So we are going to see each aspect of this in more detail in the coming days. Yeah, so that's about the first part. Any other questions you have, Dora? Okay, so you said you are working for, I mean, your requirement is for kind of a public sector educational institution, right? I mean, where they have a similar concept of funds management, if I understand you correctly. So we will go to the assessment of this. Unfortunately, they have the answers printed as well. Okay, so here goes. Which of the following option is part of the enterprise add-on EAPS? Funds management, public service specific core function, both A and B, and this is the add-on that is causing the issue with the system, right? So we clearly know the answer that EAPS we are trying to that activation is causing some issue, and hopefully we'll have the system up and ready. Uh, so EAPS, yeah. So as you can see, the funds management as well as the public service specific core function, both are covered under the add-on business add-on EAPS.
Got it.
Yeah. So as you may be aware, there is a transaction called SWF5,
Yeah.
which you can activate certain business functions, and once you activate them, the menus of the functionality of those will become active. Second question: which of the following option consists in the public sector of accounting? Funds management, internal controlling, commercial accounting. Well, I would say not a very well drafted question. I don't know what commercial accounting and internal controlling, but yeah, I think they're trying to link all these three together in the sense that the public sector accounting consists of first commercial accounting in the sense that usual commercial transactions are accounted for. Then internal controls, and these internal controls in SAP are achieved through funds management. So the right answer is all of the above. Choose the basic views of an organization of accounting. So I think this flows from the same question two. Budget view, revenue and expenses, controlling view, costs and revenues, and the commercial view, which is the revenue, expenses, and balance sheet. So the commercial view results in the presentation of financial statements like balance sheet, profit and loss account, and all the statutory reports that are sent out. In addition, your GL, etc. So that is the commercial view, receivables, payables, which you are already familiar with. Then the controlling view is at a slightly higher level at the area of the level of the controlling area, and that is where the costs and revenues would flow into the controlling area, and they would present a picture in terms of the cost structure, like your cost centers, profit centers, and the cost elements.
Yep.
Uh, yeah, and the third one is the budget view, which we are going to talk about in funds management, which is the revenue and expenditures pertaining to specific funds. Right. So select the option from the following that belongs to the commercial view: revenues, expenses, and balance sheet. So which is the one? Can you tell me? And which of the following option is mapped in funds management? The budget, the fund center, the assignments, or the elements. And yeah, I think so too. Both are mapped in funds management. So fund center and budget, assignments and elements. So yeah, I think I'll make a note of this and send it back to them to make this small correction. So this is the short module one. We'll also cover the module two. We'll start it. And then at the end of module two, we would get some idea, and we then require the system. So let me start with module two. So in this case, we'll talk about the organization structure and master data in SAP Funds Management. And in the earlier session, we had some questions like how does SAP map funds management, and how does it integrate with the other areas of SAP, especially it has strong integration with SAP Finance and SAP Controlling. And I would say the rest of the organization structures, like your plants or your sales org or your HR structures, uh, they would be kind of available across different funds, say different structures or different org elements in funds management. So we really do not need any specific org structures in other modules for capturing the transaction, because SAP Funds Management will be hit ultimately when everything falls into finance. Uh, okay, this is the disclaimer, and I would just request you to spend a minute to read so that we are on the same page about this. This presentation, including examples, images, and references, are provided for informational purposes only. Complying with all applicable copyrights laws is the responsibility of users. So, in some cases, images, etc., might be used, but it is not our intention to infringe any copyrights. Without limiting the rights under copyright, no part of this document may be reproduced, stored, or introduced into a retrieval system or transmitted in any form or by any means. And a credit shall be given to the images taken from the open source and cannot be used for promotional activities. Uh, here we'll talk about the specific org structures. So the organizational elements within accounting, in the SAP organization as we know it, and then we proceed to the SAP Funds Management org structure. Uh, then we have considered two scenarios where funds management is not active. How would the organization structure look like? And if funds management is active, how it would look like. Uh, in the next step, we come to the master data required, and here we'll talk about commitment items. Here we'll talk about fund centers. Here we'll talk about specific funds. Uh, then we talk about activating the funds for activating the funds effect, activating elements, and activating the grant effect, and master data activation budget in budgeting BCS. So BCS is the budgetary control system. We'll talk about that. So this is the thing you are probably familiar with, and in FI and CO, how the finance structures are represented in the forms of company code and controlling area. So, my first question to you is, do you think that one company code, multiple company codes can be assigned to one controlling area? And if yes, are there any uh, preconditions for doing so? Fiscal year variant also, chart of accounts, and they should have a common currency as well. We generally use the group currency as the control. If you use the group currency as the controlling area currency, that automatically falls in place. Uh, yeah. Uh, okay. So here we introduce an additional concept called funds management area, or FM area in short. And this FM area also maps to FI and CO structures. And let's see how that happens. Okay, sorry, my mistake. This is called the financial management area, or the FM area. So the organizational unit for funds management is the financial management area, or the FM area. As we already know, the organizational unit for controlling is the controlling area. The organizational unit for financial accounting is the company code, and the FM area and the controlling area take precedence over the company code. So what they probably mean is that the FM area is at a higher level, just like the controlling area. It is also at a higher level than the company code.
Got
So that we considered two different scenarios. Of course, we are concerned with the funds management active scenario. But for the sake of argument, we have also considered one scenario where the funds management is not active, and we'll kind of try to compare the differences between the two. So here they have considered a scenario where there is a client and there are two controlling areas, and in controlling area one, we have one company code. Uh, and that maps to FM area, one FM area. In controlling area 2, we have two company codes, and those again I will just double check this, but I think the suggestion here is that it again maps to the same FM area, irrespective of the company code. But let me make a note of this. Uh, yeah, suppose I come across something that I'm not sure, I will make a note, and I'll get back to you in the next session, or we could discuss it in more detail in the next session. So on the right hand side, you can see the other MMSD org structures like your plant and purchasing org and sales org, personnel area from HR. And as we can see that these structures are agnostic of the FM area. So, different kinds of plans to post to FM area based on their assignment of the company code and controlling area. Similarly for sales org or personnel area. Uh, so not active. So what it means is that suppose here you have like three company codes, out of which two are assigned, two are subject to budgetary control via the funds management. Whereas this could be a company that is not really subject to this kind of controls. So that can be left out. It's not necessary that every company in the organization should be mapped to funds management area. And I can relate to this because we had a client in Qatar, which was a conglomerate consisting of multiple businesses. So one business was the contracting business, and in the contracting business, most of their customers were the government, like building of bridges, roads, airports, etc. So those kind of business were subject to funds management control via the FM, whereas they were to other business like hospitality. So they had restaurants, a chain of restaurants, which really did not require this kind of funds management. So what we can say is that we can be selective when it comes to the funds management area. Here we are having one FM area across two controlling areas, whereas for a third company we do not have any assignment. So the transactions for company code 3 in this case are not going to flow to the funds management.
Got it.
And here they have considered the other scenario where it is in fact assigned to the FM area, so it can be assigned as well. So here it states an important thing is that all company codes which are assigned to one controlling area need to be assigned to the same FM area, or there is no assignment between company code and FM area. So here it suggests that all company codes which are assigned to one controlling area need to be assigned to the same FM area. You cannot have a situation where you have five company codes in one controlling area, and three of them are assigned to one FM area, and the other two are assigned to another area. So I think the reason could be quite obvious is that when we talk about the FM area, it kinds of represents one environment, like it could be a country, it could be a specific yeah, generally it could be a country, or it could be a specific region, for example, which represents one controlling area. And therefore to assign within that controlling area the companies to different FM area, it would not work. So SAP would not allow that. So we'll actually try to see this in practice, if we kind of get if we're able to replicate multiple company codes. But yeah, I'm really planning to do this later in the training. In the earlier trainings, we could have more, about the concepts and how the data flows from the various modules into the funds management.
Got it.
All other organizational units, such as those in logistics, Human resources are linked to funds management by the financial or accounting organizational unit, that is the company code. So as they say here, the link between the plant and the FM area goes via the company code only. So that is why you don't really require to assign these things the uh, to the any FM area. So to give you an example, suppose so in the earlier slide, we saw that this funds management also tracks commitments. So it is not necessary that the expense should be incurred, but it should stop you at the stage of the purchase order itself. So because there's no point in raising a purchase order that is not going to go through because the budget has already been exceeded. So in this case, what will happen is suppose I start raising a purchase order for the particular purchase organization, automatically the company code would come into the picture. And from there, based on the material or based on the accounting assignment, the funds FM area data would be derived, like the fund center or the commitment item, and the system would automatically check in the background whether if I allow this commitment, it is going to exceed the budget, and in that case it will stop you at that point itself. So it will give a message that the budget is exceeded, and depending on how the message is configured, whether it's a warning message or a the hard stop, it will not allow you to proceed. Because some organizations, when they control the budget, it's not necessary that it should be a hard stop, but the user should be warned that you are exceeding the budget. So in that case, he can either go and hunt for additional budget for his expenses, or he can do some transfer or whatever according to his organization structure. So it could either be a hard stop or it could be a warning. Okay, so now we are going to talk about the various master data. So we have the fund centers, which are the primary master data for collecting costs. And I remember that in my going back to the same example of the Qatar project, when that contracting company used to undertake projects, right, road building project or airport project or any other project, that project automatically became a fund center. So that is where the costs need to be controlled, and those are the according to the project you could have based on it some logic. So like you could have the first four digits of the profit center, so on. We'd look at it from uh, mm, later. So that could be a way of tracking the costs at the level of the fund centers. Uh, com- Commitment item is we already saw. Commitment item is similar to your GL account, though it could be like a many to one mapping. So you can get, when you run the reports and the budget control system, you can get the budget versus actual figures as per the commitment item. So yeah, that is a uh, that is where you can track the cost, budget versus actual. Grant and funded programs, these are very specific applications and pertaining to cases where grants or funded programs are managed, and we'll look at this a little later. And functional area is generally derived based on the GL account. So uh, uh, this also we'll see is part of the master data for the GL account. So that gives you the type of expense. So this is a SGA or a material consumption or those kind of things. So sorry, Gaurav. You have any questions so far? Any master data can be used for the budget or posting address. So if you look at the graphic on the left, what combination of master data drives a posting? Is a fund, budget, period, functional area. Because as you know, budgets are also broken down by period. So it could be either for a year, or you could break it down according to months. So you could have, budgets not to exceed in a particular period. Then you have the functional area, funded program, and grants. So fund centers set up the organizational units hierarchically. We'll see this. It is possible. Okay, one important thing is that it is possible to generate FM master data from CO master data using this particular program, but we need to be sure about the logic. So we'll see the details in the subsequent sessions. Activating the fund and functional area. So defining fund and functional, yeah. So they have given example of asset accounting where you could uh, define the fund or functional area in the master data, or you could have additional account assignment of CO, like a cost or profit center, being used to derive the fund and functional area. So we used to have, in this same example, we used to have like funds being derived from the first four digits of the profit center. So yeah, so it's not necessary that they should be specified, because master data sometimes, if you are using document splitting, for example, with profit center as mandatory, then all of your accounting documents are going to carry the profit center. And then it is much easier, because if your profit centers are defined according to the fund, the way you want to manage your funds as well. So for example, in this case, our projects were profit centers, and in fact they were also the fund centers. So it is easy to derive the one-to-one kind of assignment. So we selected the first four digits and we derived the uh, fund centers, but they have given both the options. So again, depends on the requirement, and we'll see it in the examples, in the coming examples, how we can derive this by different ways. Yeah, so they are just explaining the previous slide. You can either define it the master data, you can post it in the document, or you can have derivation rules to derive it. So it again works both ways. So you could post, so by design, if you want to enter the fund center manually, you could make it mandatory and post directly to the fund center. But if you want to derive it from the cost center or some other way, then that also is possible. So there is a transaction called FM derive. We'll come to that. It's very robust transaction and gives a lot of possibilities to derive, the FM master data. So account assignment element blank. So here this is, they are giving the example where the fund center, fund functional area. So uh, I'm not sure what exactly it's suggesting, but the what is, sorry, what is there on the left hand side is probably the basic minimum that is required. So fund center and commitment item, that is sufficient to post to the uh, FM. But if you have additional things like funded programs, grants, and functional areas or funds required, then you can also post to this. And this kind of screen would be available in all your financial transactions, depending on your field status. But as I said, that they can be derived as well. So, for example, functional area can in most cases be derived from either the GL or the cost center. So grant probably has to be put in manually. Funded program has to be put in manually.
Okay.
Activating the grant effect. Yeah, the former budgeting is no longer applicable. SAP has brought in a more robust tool called BCS, or budget control system. So that has to be used, or that is used by default. For activating the grant effect, you use all these modules to control the uh, grants. Master data activation in budgeting BCS. Yeah, so here you can see that in budget activation you can actually customize what is to be entered and what is mandatory and what is not mandatory. So we will definitely see this in the coming days. So let's go to our quiz today. Okay, so although the answers are marked, we know that, but I would like you to, give some thought to this and explain why these particular answers are correct. So, which of the following area take precedence over the company code?
Yeah, both FM area, controlling area.
Correct. So this is because they are at a level higher than the higher than the company code, and yeah, so they don't. I would not say they take precedence, but they are at a higher level than the company code. The organization. So the organization unit for controlling is the. So organization unit for controlling is the controlling area. Similarly, the organization unit for funds management is the FM area. Select the scenarios from the following that are available for public sector. A is fund functional area funded programs grant management is not active. B is funds functional area funded programs grant management are active or budget planning and execution are used. Both A and B, and D is D is D. State whether the given statement is true or false. You can assign one or more financial organizational units company codes to an FM area, and this is true. This is very important because we could have a because company code is a very it's not it's from a legal point of view. So from a legal point of view, just to give an example, I may have ABC primary school and I may have ABC high school or secondary school. But from a funds management perspective, what the government gives me is for the grades 1 to 10. So a common grant. So how I divide it into this is my company code level, but how I control it is at the FM area level. So from the government's perspective, it doesn't matter whether I have given it to a primary school or this thing or any other school or any other organizational unit. It is to the organization as a whole, and therefore FM area operates at a higher level, and you can assign one or more financial organizational units to an FM area. Okay, so that by here we come to the end of module 2, and we'll take a stop here. If you have any questions, Gaurav.
Hi there. Are you ready to take your organization's financial management to new heights with SAP Funds Management? Our self paced online course is here to empower you with the skills you need. In this comprehensive training, you'll dive deep into the intricacies of SAP Funds Management. Discover how to streamline budgeting processes, allocate funds efficiently, and ensure seamless compliance with regulatory requirements. Our course curriculum is meticulously designed by industry experts, covering everything from creating commitment items and assigning budget periods to generating insightful reports for data-driven decision-making. Meet your instructors, seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Funds Management. They'll guide you every step of the way, sharing real-world insights and best practices to help you master this powerful tool. Don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their financial operations using the knowledge gained from our course. Best of all, this invaluable training is accessible at an affordable price, making it a smart investment for your career, growth, and organizational success. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and enroll now to unlock the true potential of SAP Funds Management.
Yeah, so SAP Funds Management we are talking about, and it supports in creating and executing budgets So this is used to budget all revenues and expenditure for individual areas of responsibility, to control funds transactions in accordance with the distributed budget, and to stop the budget being exceeded. Budgets can be adapted to changes in conditions by entering releases, supplements, returns, and transfers. Funds management is fully integrated with the budgetary control system, and we'll see in the budgetary control system how the controls can be put and how the budget versus actual comparison can be done. In addition, would you be interested in grants management as well, Kenny?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
right, right. So grants management is where we are receiving specific grants, and the utilization of those grants is being tracked against the actual expenditure against those grants.
Mhm.
And it is, like, as a separate module, but it is again integrated with funds management and budgetary control system. So we'll activate that as well in the test system, and we'll have it in the cover it in the subsequent sessions. And then we saw that we can have several versions of the budget. uh, Generally, we start with some budget, and then there could be changes as we go along, and these could be captured in the subsequent versions. Yeah, so we have created one example organization here, and let's go through it in Excel first, and then I will walk you through that in SAP, and we can see how to create the various master data, etc. So I have created one new company code called ZaranTech, since this training is being conducted by ZaranTech. So the company code is ZARN. Here I have assumed the location as India, and the currency of the company as INR. And this can help us to, in future, if we create another company code in USD, for example, we can just check how the different fund reporting is happening, and whether, the case whether you should have the controlling area currency uh, as the fund management currency or the company code currency. So both are possible. So we'll see how exactly. So this is, as you know, this is just an example,
Yeah.
and it could depend on your situation. Both kinds of options are possible, and SAP in this area gives some degree of flexibility as far as the FM area, financial management area currency is concerned. So it could be either your group currency, or it could be your local currency. Well, I've created one controlling area as well, same as ZARN, ZaranTech, and the funds management area also ZaranTech, and all of them use the fiscal year variant K4. I think there is some prerequisite that they need to use the same fiscal year variant, just as in case of controlling area and company code, there are some restrictions. However, new GL permits some variations or deviations as well in parallel ledgers. Let us not currently let us not go to that. We'll focus on the simple scenario where all of them are using the same fiscal year variant. Then we have something known as the hierarchy variant, and this I think is similar to the controlling area standard hierarchy. So you have a hierarchy at the top called ZARN or ZAR1, for example. Okay, below that we have when we book anything to the funds management, there are two things that are absolutely essential, and one is the fund center, and the other one is the commitment items. So let us try to see this in the system. Would you like to go through this configuration, or you just want to directly go to the how we create the master data and all, or how So I copied from the standard company code provided. Now this is a HANA system, and as you know, in HANA now they are providing this 1710 company code, which is the best practices company code. But surprisingly, the chart of accounts is not, perfectly aligned with the way we have it in our mind. But I think it's fine because in the interest of time we have just copied that chart of accounts. As long as we have a sufficient number of revenue accounts and expense accounts, that should be fine. We could create some more additional accounts as we proceed. So this is the company code created as ZaranTech, and the region is in the country is India, and the currency is Indian rupees. So similarly, I would define the company as well here. I don't think I did that, but yeah, the company is there as well, ZaranTech, and that is also based. It's the same thing, representing the trading partner. And here, yeah, you can, when you create the FM area, here it allows you to, give anything here. You could even give USD, which is your controlling. Suppose you have like multiple FM areas and you want to have all of them in USD because the fund monitoring happens centrally for some reason. We could do that. Right now, I have kept it as INR, and no, that apparently is not necessary because if you see the controlling area now, controlling area, I selected the group currency as the controlling area currency. So here you see 30 group currency, which is USD in this case, is being used as the group currency.
Okay.
So these kind of deviations SAP is allowing. So let's quickly go to the ledger settings as well. No, that's not required. But just to show you that we have a leading ledger 0L and company code settings for that. This is just a basic finance setting. We don't really have anything in funds management for that. Okay. So now let us go to each of these settings, and when we kind of activate the, okay, one more point to be noted here is that I will quickly show you what we were struggling with when we were getting the server. And so as you know, there are certain business functions which when activated will activate certain modules. So for example, for treasury, there is a business function. And similarly for funds management to be used, there is a business function called EAPS that needs to be activated. And I can probably share you the note also on that if you are interested. Okay, anyway, I will share it. Okay, I cannot share an attachment here, is it? But I can show you I can share you the note number if you have. You cannot chat with everyone. Okay, I think they have disabled some chat features. But the note number is 2503381. And as it says here, you want to know the first steps to activate funds management, or you want to know how to disable funds management. And here it says that EAPS is the software components for funds management, not SAP APPL anymore. So this has been moved to a separate functionality, and this is a latest note released on 2019. So obviously it includes the HANA version as well. So let's see how, this is just briefly, I'll tell you, we will probably the system that you will get may have the funds management already activated. This is Salt Lake City, by the way. I was in a few years ago. Okay, so this business function will remain activated. So we have activated this on 10th of July 2022. And that is how when you activate this function, two things will happen. One is that you will get under accounting, you will get a menu for public sector management, which doesn't appear unless you activate the business function. And similarly in SPRO also, the corresponding menu will appear. That is, this public sector management will appear. And yeah, then you are free to do the configuration for public sector management. So let us go according to this. There are a lot of small settings, but you can check federal financials. So maybe in US it's called federal financials. I need to check that. Let us look for some node there. Usually they do provide a path in the form of a node. So once you activate it, you will have to run some programs so that the data from your SAP FI travels to funds management. And generally there are some mappings available. Like I will show you, there is a cost center to funds management mapping available. So then there are mass programs to create, fund centers from the cost centers. So you will have to use those kind of workarounds. But let us see if the SAP has given some consolidated note that gives you the series of steps that need to perform in order to activate funds management at a later stage and still get the legacy data in that in those funds management tables. Okay, so let's move on to the first one, that is activate global funds management functions. So public sector management, funds management, government basic settings. Yeah, so this is basically one checkbox. Activate account assignment. No, not this one. Yeah, basic settings. Activate funds management functions, and here a checkbox is there which you need to activate. So funds management, and yeah, it's a one-time thing. Once activated, it will probably remain active for a long time. Then you go to define global parameters, and here you define the global parameters. So this is the global parameters for the funds management area. And basically this is nothing but your number range and your fiscal year variant. I did not try assigning a different fiscal year variant. Let's see if that works. So suppose I want April to March here, when the controlling area and company code have a different fiscal year. Shall I save? Yeah, it's allowing me to save. So apparently there is no constraint to have the same fiscal year variant. But okay, I'll make a note of this. I'll change it later so as not to upset anything at this stage. So if something goes wrong tomorrow, I still have time to correct it. So try changing. Honestly, I've never tried this fiscal year variant to V3 for VARN. And the status profile. So we'll come to the status profile later. And then the fiscal year variant. So fiscal year variant here, they have just copied the same thing like whatever fiscal year variants that you define in the top. It's the same thing. And then you can assign the fiscal year variant to the funds management area. No, it's not. It's a financial management area. So here they have kind of assigned it. Then you create the hierarchy variant, and so it is called ZAR1, and name is ZaranTech. And you assign the hierarchy variant. So the good thing about this is that, okay, you can assign it by fiscal year. So next year your hierarchy changes, you can assign it by fiscal year. So here the fiscal year is blank. So it's a kind of a blanket assignment. But okay, let's try to do that. We'll assign it only for 2022. Cannot be changed. Oh, after saving. Yeah, so this is something you have to be careful about. But it's still copied. Yeah, it's saved. Deleting is not allowed. Okay. So I think you have to be careful in the beginning not to create a blanket assignment like this. Change. Okay, this is fine. Then yeah, assign we already did, and then create fund types. Fund types, I don't think it's strictly necessary, so we'll ignore that for the time being. And then activate account assignment elements. So here it tells you, what account assignment elements like fund center, funds, grants, functional area you want to activate. So basically, commitment management and fund center are activated by default because we are using funds management. But there are some additional account assignment elements like grants, for example, which are not really mandatory. So we can either have those, or we can decide not to have those, or have them as optional. So general settings, activate account assignment elements. Okay, so here we have activated three: fund, functional area, and grant. And in subsequent settings, we'll also see that, even for budgetary control, you can control what kind of account assignment is necessary. So here you can see that, for ZARN, grant is optional, fund is optional, and fund center and commitment item are mandatory. Funded program is not used, and functional area is not really used. But if I try to activate this as optional, when funded program is not activated at the area of the controlling area, sorry, the FM area, then it gives me a message that my funded program is not active. So here you cannot switch it on here. Uh, so funded program is, something like a program where you want, it's a program which is specifically funded, and you want to capture that information of that program also addition to your fund setter. Yeah, something similar to internal order. But what I'll do is I'll make a note of this, and we'll have one session on funded program as well with the configuration. All right. So now we have gone through this. Uh, so let's go through the PowerPoint presentation of the third one. Yeah. So the module 3 consists of fund center and then commitment item. And we will also try to create these in the system, so that we're familiar with what exactly it refers to. And hope I'll keep on referring to this. So okay, so what we have assumed here is that ZaranTech basically has three types of activities. One is they have educational courses, which could include hardware courses and software courses. Then they have library operations, which is more like a cost center. And then they have some kind of educational research going on. So that consists of research staff and consumption of materials or other expenses on the research. So yeah, this kind of thing we'll try to replicate in the funds management. The expenses could be salaries and wages, consultants' expenses, which they pay out, and office and miscellaneous expenses. In fact, there'll be a host of expenses, but we could, try to map it in a way that summarizes the expenses in a particular manner, and gives a report according to what we want, and not at a level which is at the statutory level. So statutory level could be much more in detail, and this could be at a much more summarized level, because the government or whoever is monitoring this may not really, as we discussed, want to know the depth of each expense, like the very basic details of each expenses. So for the example you gave is that traveling usually in the statutory ledger, we could have like the different types of allowances that are involved in traveling, like your cab, your flight expenses, or your airfare, your lodging, your daily allowances. All these could be categorized into separate accounts. But when we talk about funds management and the budget control system, the person who is monitoring this may not be interested in how much amounts or pennies are spent in each of these, but he wants to know in travel as a whole how much is being spent. So we could have that kind of summarization. Yeah, so the disclaimer notice, I will not read it again, but we're all familiar with it. So now let's go to the organizational elements of fund centers. Then time-dependent fund center assignment, what I showed you, and organizational changes between individual fiscal years, period of validity, etc. So here is an example of fund centers. The Ministry of Finance could have two fund centers, one as a finance department and one as the human resources department. Uh, yeah, so any organizational logically can be divided into different fund centers. And I think fund centers we can relate to something where funds are allocated for. So generally in government organization, it goes by allocating funds to different departments. So finance department could have a budget of few $100,000. Similarly, human resources could have budget of certain amount, and these are further divided under various heads, which could be your commitment items. Like the finance department is supposed to spend X amount of printing of the annual budget, for example, or the annual finance bill. It is supposed to spend X amount on its staff salaries. It's supposed to spend so much on traveling of its staff. It is supposed to spend so much on organizing events, or government events, or activities like the finance bill, for example. So these could be various ways in which these budgets are broken down, and the especially the government organizations or public sector undertakings, they work differently, and the budget versus actual monitoring becomes very important in government organizations. And many of the educational institutions or the government departments are in fact cost centers. So they don't have any source of revenue other than the budgetary allocation or the grants. Yeah, as you can appreciate that, unlike a commercial organization which needs to balance its revenues and expenses, a government organization gets allocations, fixed allocations in terms of expenses. And the challenge is therefore to track the budget versus actual, and then this would form the basis for the next year's fund allocation. So sometimes we have weird situations also that government organizations spend maybe 25% of their amount in the last couple of months because they did very well financially in the first 8 months, but there is no incentive for them to save and carry on, save something and then pass it back to the government. Of course, that is not related to this. I mean, this is we're talking in very general terms, but yeah. So fund centers are used to represent organizational units or areas of responsibility and arranged in a hierarchy. So I would say it's similar to a cost center, but may not be at that granular level of cost center. Every fund center that is not a top fund center has one superior center, which is defined in the master record of the subordinate fund center. So yeah, this is kind of a hierarchy also of just as we have cost center groups and cost centers. The fund center master record contains important information such as the name and description of the fund center, the name of the person responsible for the fund center, and so on. So this is very similar to your cost center. Who is responsible for it? What is the name of the fund? And what kind of expense is to be booked under it? Okay, so now the time dependent. So we saw that the hierarchy can be time dependent. So I can have an X hierarchy for fiscal year 2022 and a Y hierarchy for 2023, for example. So some departments may get rearranged, some things may get rearranged. So here they have given an example that 2009, under the top node of the hierarchy, you had A1, A2, and A3. And below A1, you had two departments, and under A2, you had again two fund centers. But this got changed in 2010 due to some reorganization, and this got rearranged in this fashion. So this kind of hierarchies can be changed based on the year dependent thing. And definitely we'll try to create one more, funds, one more company code and one more hierarchy area so that we are able to see this sometime in the future lectures. So this is the peculiar aspect of fund center hierarchies. Either individual fund centers or complete substructures can be reassigned from one year to another. So yeah, here you can see that this here they have spun off this A12 and attached it to A3 instead of A1 earlier. So this whole subtree was removed and attached to this different fund, different parent. The existence of a fund center can be limited to a specific number of years. So it's quite likely that certain funds are made available on an ad hoc basis. So some national emergency or calamity, for example, comes up and, they arrange certain funds for it. That doesn't get carried, that structure doesn't get carried forward to the subsequent years. So some fund center can be limited to specific number of fiscal years, and new fund centers can be defined as valid from a specific fiscal year. So time dependent again. So everything is kind of time dependent. A fund center can be time dependent. It can be terminated after a certain number of years, and the hierarchies can be changed from one year to another year. So this is how we create a fund center, and we'll actually create a fund center in practice. So yeah, so if you want to assign a fund center to a year-dependent hierarchy variant, you need to ensure that the validity period for the fund center covers the fiscal year. Yeah, this is quite logical because unless the fund center is valid for that fiscal year, it won't get assigned to the hierarchy. So this is about fund center. So what we can do is we can try to create a fund center here in the system, and then I'll pass on the control to you, and then probably you want to create one yourself. Yeah. So here we have, the fund center. So first I will display the fund center which is created. Okay, so within educational courses, I created one fund center, and let's try to change this. Actually, I don't think we can. Yeah, the time frame cannot be changed once you create it. So suppose you want to create anything that is time dependent, then we'll have to create it also in a time dependent fashion. And then this is a fund center for hardware courses, and this is assigned to the hierarchy variant ZR1. And here you can see the fiscal year assignment, but unfortunately this got assigned to the blanket all the fiscal years. So I don't think we can change it now, but definitely in the next example I'll show you how to make the time dependent adjustments. So basically there is not much information here. As you can see, we'll enter the company code also. But the name of the fund center and then the description and the validity and you can assign it to the company code. Business area, we stopped using a lot. SAP generally doesn't support now. So we no longer use business areas that widely. We now use profit centers. And then you have person responsible, which is the username. So this is a username out here, not the the first name or last name. Let's try to put something which has a first and last name. But no, it doesn't. But you could put some name. So let's say Amit Fico. Here you could put the address of the fund center. So this is hardware courses from New Delhi Center.
So is this mandatory to put address and all, or just we're doing it?
No, this is not mandatory. So this may be useful somewhere if you're later printing something based on this, but it's not really mandatory. Some reports or custom reports where you are getting this address. Yeah, and here you can see the hierarchy. So here we have the, both ways. So just like your cost center hierarchy, you can create in OKUN as well as you can create in first create and then assign. So the same kind of functionality is available here also. But, in additional to that, here is a time dependent factor is also there. And so let's go to the second topic, and then probably you can practice after that. So this is the commitment items, and the analogy we can draw regarding the commitment item is the GL account. So GL account is similar to commitment item. So here, when you talk about commitment items, it's not necessarily expenses, but even the revenues, if any, can be classified as commitment items. So here they have given the example of the finance department and finance ministry, and it gets revenue in the form of taxes, and that tax revenue is also shown here in the form of commitment items. And the different heads of expenditure like HR expenditure, IT expenditure, expenditure for gasoline. So this structure is similar to your income statement or your profit and loss account, as they call it. And this could be summarized. So we'll see in a minute how this can be done. And the expenditures, yeah. So this is kind of a free form structure which you can build, the user can build according to his reporting requirements. And here they are classifying as current expenditure, investment expenditure, and other expenditure. So this could be like, suppose a road ministry is building roads, for example. So that could go under investment expenditure, but the administrative salaries could go under current expenditure. So that kind of classification can be done. So this is the screen of commitment item. Here they have created commitment item, fiscal year, and FM area. And whether it is directly postable or not. Directly postable means whether it is postable from finance, etc., or not. And then there are different types of commitment items. So we'll see that when we actually go to that screen. The commitment items key has 24 digits. So which pretty long description it has. In addition to the header data, all other master data parameters are available in the tab pages, and you can define the control of entity fields in customizing using a customer specific field string. So what kind of data you want to capture is like a field status for the GL account. You can control what kind of data you want to capture. You should hide functionality fields that you cannot use or do not want to use. You can define several posting object levels. Let's see this. And this means that under one postable commitment item, you can have further postable commitment items. We'll see this in subsequent lectures. Okay, if a commitment item is flagged as statistical, then that means that it cannot be budgeted directly. So, what could be an example of a statistical commitment item? Some kind of measures which are non-financial measures could be captured as statistical commitment items, for example. So this does not participate in budgeting, nor does it take part in availability control. So, for example, when the system is supposed to stop, making an entry if the budget is exceeded. So that does not happen in case of statistical, because as the name suggests, or if you might have seen statistical orders, for example. So statistical orders are not real objects, and you cannot budget for statistical orders. They are just for capturing additional information about a particular thing. So similarly, in these statistical commitment items can also be used. So if you want to capture some data, like for example, you plan for reaching out to let's say 10,000 people in your county for the delivering the COVID vaccine, and in actual you had some X figures. So those kind of things can be tracked probably using statistical postings. Okay, these are the categories. So this is generally, this classification is relevant whether it is what kind of account the original account is, and could be a revenue expenditure or revenue posting, could be a goods receipt issue, payable receivable, because based on different categories. So for example, I can even track the movements in payable receivable, but they are not pertaining to my expenditure. So uh, they should be reflected in a different way. So for example, my AR or APGL accounts, if I make them as commitment items, I would make them as uh, financial transaction 60. So yeah, so they would display the movement in that, but that movement could be, it cannot be tracked in the same way as expenditure or revenue. Uh, it can be used in other ways probably. And then the cash holding, or 90s cash holding. The most commonly used I have seen is 30, because it tracks the expenditure and revenue posting. 60, 80, 90 or 40, I don't think, unless you are working in some kind of a project environment, and then you want to track the changes in the receivable payables in the projects. So that time you can use these other things, or bank clearing, or the cash movements in projects. So in that case, you can use the other categories. Again, the commitment item can also have a hierarchy similar to your this thing. So the higher level would be more like a uh, group of GL accounts or commitment items, and the lower level. But the good thing is that even the higher levels can be budgeted and posted. So if I have like coming back to the example of traveling, for example, if I'm traveling and then I have 5 accounts below that, I can still post to either the ones below or the ones above. And here only these are the only the revenues or expenditure can be budgeted or posted, whereas the others are more for reporting purposes only. Um, Commitment items classify the budget according to revenues and expenditures. The financial transactions and item category are the control parameters used to define the meaning of a commitment item. The financial transaction represents the business transaction from upstream application component. So upstream application component will be generally your finance, SD, PP. So these trigger transactions in funds management, and it could be a revenue item, expenditure item, or a cash balance item. And it is not our intention to make entries directly in funds management. All these upstream entries should automatically trigger the entries in funds management. There are certain exits available, for field check and create change, insert fields. So these exits, can do certain checks when you create the commitment item master data, or they can auto-populate certain things from the GL master when you create a commitment item.
Got it.
Creating and changing customer enhancement. So we'll come to customer enhancements later. We can have few examples where where we deal with automatic creation of funds management. And okay, FM account assignment is set up by integrating organizational and structural posting elements. So here you can see that the combination of fund centers and commitment items results in a posting in SAP Funds Management. Uh, so yeah, I mean, we will see that when how to do that. So let's see an example of the commitment item be created, and I created one. Let's create one more. So you go to individual processing, or rather, let's first display the one which I created. So here I have created one called general expenses, and these general expenses could be assigned to the GL account. So that also we'll see. And here it is directly postable, and the category is 30, that is post revenue, expenditure, asset, and inventory stocks. So these are actually the revenue and expenditure items, and then the further the category is whether it is a revenue, expenditure, balance, or clarification work list. I don't know what clarification work list is, but yeah, basically whether it's a balance sheet item or a revenue item or an expense item. And you could assign a default fund center here so that if it is not provided in the original transaction, it should come, it should take the default assignment. Statistical commitment item checkbox can be checked. We can have it as statistical for certain purposes. Now what we'll do is under general expenses, we will create a one more, because here it gives you the hierarchy assignment and superior uh, uh, commitment item also. So let's try to create one more commitment item create. So what I'll create is office expenses, for example. So here it can be either alphanumeric or numeric. If I want to replicate the GL account here, I can actually replicate the GL account also. But just now, let's see. We'll create one called office expenses. Office expenses. And the name is office expenses. So the financial transaction is 30. Expenditure or revenue. Commitment item category is expenditure again. And here I can, give it as classify it as under the general thing. So in certain reports, it will appear under the general this thing. Okay, so I have saved office expense. Now let us see how to assign these two. your GL account. So let's see, I have ZaranTech. The bad thing is their GLs are not well structured. Yeah, okay, but the accounts are there anyways. So which one? Other operating expenses. Actually, the YCO, no, see now what has happened is in S4 HANA, they have changed it to changed the methodology of implementation to a show and tell or a conference room pilot kind of methodology.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you're aware about it. So this is a predefined thing which is provided by SAP. But for some strange reason, it's structured in a very weird manner. So generally, you would expect this to be like assets, liabilities, and income. So I don't know if somebody added this because this is a demo server, and actually it should not have anything which is. So if you take a list here. So you have this term loans and also all the liabilities, then bank, which is fine, and then short-term investments. So the 1 and 2 series are okay, which is the assets and liabilities and assets. And but the 3 series onwards, it's a bit spread out. But I think they have all the accounts, so it should not be a problem. And anyway, we need only a few. So payroll, yeah. So here you can see, the payroll. Okay, so let's go back here and take one expense account. Okay, let's say other expenses, TRM, for example, other expenses. Okay, so here this other expenses is there, and I want to assign a fixed commitment item to this. So if you go to this tab called Create Bank and Interest, one field is available here, and the commitment items that we created would be visible here. So if I assign this to this, that kind of assignment will be derived automatically when we uh, post in financial accounting.
Got it.
So you can also make the same. So let's try to do that also. I mean, we are just trying out. So we can. I have seen one. In one of my previous projects, they had most of their commitment items with the same numbers as the original GL account. So that is also possible. So you can create one, for example, here, and commitment item does not exist. So create. You can create with template. And template, I can use the general or office expenses. And then it would copy. So let's say what this is called. And then I can come back and assign the same thing over here. Right. So do you want to try that out now? I'll pass on the control to you. Yeah, I can create one fund center. You can call it like software or yeah.
Company code 1710
The company code ZARN.
or ZR.
Okay, the username has to be selected from the list of users. For some reason, it's made as mandatory, but we can switch out that mandatory thing. But right now, you can enter any of the user. Yeah. So that will come by default. If you want to assign any superior fund center, then you can do that.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is the primary goal of funds management in SAP? Option A, manage bank accounts. Option B, track budgets and commitments. Option C, process vendor payments. Option D, handle investment portfolios. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hi there. Are you ready to take your organization's financial management to new heights with SAP Funds Management? Our self-paced online course is here to empower you with the skills you need. In this comprehensive training, you'll dive deep into the intricacies of SAP Funds Management. Discover how to streamline budgeting processes, allocate funds efficiently, and ensure seamless compliance with regulatory requirements. Our course curriculum is meticulously designed by industry experts, covering everything from creating commitment items and assigning budget periods to generating insightful reports for data-driven decision-making. Meet your instructors, seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Funds Management. They'll guide you every step of the way, sharing real-world insights and best practices to help you master this powerful tool. Don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their financial operations using the knowledge gained from our course. Best of all, this invaluable training is accessible at an affordable price, making it a smart investment for your career, growth, and organizational success. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and enroll now to unlock the true potential of SAP Funds Management.
You had one question like, can you activate funds management and at a later stage and get legacy data in those tables?
Mm-hmm.
So the answer is yes, you can. If we go to this menu, like I've noted it here, public sector management, funds management, government, actual and commitment update, and internal data transfer. So here, it allows for subsequent posting, and you can actually post all the types of documents to funds management in case you activate it later. So yesterday I posted a few funds management document, and we can see one report just to get a feel of how the document is appearing. So if you go to information system and then line items, so both the BCS BCS, the budgetary documents appear separately, and I'm looking for a report that shows both of them together. I mean, that's the whole purpose. So here I have posted one budget document of 100, and then the actuals. So if you look at actuals, all postings, I give the FM area as our FM area, then the key date and the posting period, and you could further restrict according to grant or fund center, etc. So grant is more from the from the person, the more from the person who is giving a grant for a specific purpose. So suppose I get a grant for a specific purpose, then I can create the grant, and then I can track based on the grant as well. So within a fund, there can be various grant which are more specific. And not only that, there are some additional functions in grant available. Like what happens is sometimes a grant is given, and the person who is giving the grant expects you to incur expenses based on certain criteria, and only certain expenses are reimbursable if they kind of fulfill the criteria. So the grant could be like, that you incur the expense first, and then you can bill out the expense to the other person via SD invoice. So actually, we will when we see the grant, we can actually come to that. But as you rightly say, or think, the functions are more or less similar. So it really depends on what you want to use, whether you want to use grants or whether you are just happy with fund centers and funds, because the function of funds and grants seems to be a little bit similar. So for example, I get government grant, I could create it as a fund and then I monitor it myself, or I could create it as under grant management. And so what I think is that a grant management can be used when you are faced with more ad hoc grants, whereas funds can be used when it's kind of a regular uh, thing. And although the fund may have certain restrictions, certain limitations, it's not kind of very micro managed. Whereas a grant may have, sometimes people run campaigns for donations, etc. And those grants which are taken are, utilized in a very particular manner. And some kind of reports are also sent out to the person who is giving the grant, or he may be billed based on the utilization. So that kind of additional functionality is available. So billing out to the client based on the utilization of the grant, or where the grant is actually reimbursed after you incur the expense.
Got it.
We'll come to the details when we go to grant management. It's also possible that we discover some things which I'm not able to explain at this stage very eloquently. So yeah. Okay, so these are some of the documents that I posted here and which are now appearing in the document journal of the funds management. So this is a kind of the commitment item here, the fund center and the fund. So I've also created few funds, and I will create a few funds today because that topic is covered. And then you have the GL account and the company code. So this company code can actually go here. And, so the document is kind of replicated in this, and the committed budget is here as well. So when we do the budgeting, that will appear over here. Uh, and then you can get actually the committed budget versus the payment made against this. So now, by the way, are you familiar with Fury apps? Have you used Fury apps?
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, because this system also has Fury apps. Okay, so here there is I practically have all the access. There is a thing for budgetary master data. I think this is the one, budget monitoring, which has all the funds. Yeah, I think this is for the budget alerts. but let me search on fund. So here you can say you have all the apps here. So let us see manage funds and manage fund centers. I created one more area called ZARU, which is for ZaranTech US, where we want to create time-dependent hierarchies. But what I thought is let's go through some more sessions and then we can, build this in a clean manner and have our thoughts put there as exactly as we want it to be.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that is going to be for a new company code, right?
New company code, correct.
Yeah, once I have the system access, even I'll start creating all this.
Correct. So these are some of the fund centers created. So managed fund centers. So I created 3. Now this one I will show you today that how you can derive the fund center from the cost center. So this is exactly same as the cost. So you can go here. It's kind of the same thing, but it's in the Fury app. So most of the Fury apps, as you know, they are kind of the same transaction put in a different way. But here, as you can see, the amounts that are posted for the budget also appears here, and that is the beauty of. So here you can actually see the budget as well of on the fund center and the accounting documents that are posted uh, against the fund center. So again, we can go to one GL document. Could be an authorization issue. So yeah, I mean, this is the same thing that we saw here in the actuals. The document can also be displayed. So now let us go to the next topic. And today we have like 3 subtopics there, which is funds, functional area, and funded program. So yesterday you had some questions on the funded program. Again, funded program and grants seems to be similar. So here we probably can, once we see the grants, we can decide which one is a better alternative. So here we come to funds and the disclaimer, we have gone through this. So fund allows you to map the origin of funds. So for example, Ministry of Education or EU, or in my sheet, I thought we could create like government grants and private sources as 2 funds, whereas the fund centers are where you are consuming the funds, and the funds is kind of the source of the funds. So here also they have like Ministry of Education and EU, so different sources of funds. Um, So again, you can have a fund budget, and here in this representation, if we see, these are the fund centers like Ministry of Finance, Finance Department, and Human Resources. So within Ministry of Finance, you have Finance Department and Human Resources, which actually consume the funds, and those are the fund centers which where we are booking the cost. Now that cost is booked in the form of commitment items. So commitment items roughly is a GL account or a cost element or an aggregation of those. Whereas fund is something like, as they said, is the origin or source of funds, and where the fund is coming from. So if you are consuming expenses on a fund center, but in addition you want to track that from which fund I want using, because some government organization use this kind of accounting that they have very specific, or even not for profit or charitable organization, they have separate funds for specific purposes. And if you want to consume from that fund only, in fact, there would be, I think, a multiple many to many mapping. So if I get a fund, which is like a source of fund is a government fund, so it can be used for finance as well as human resources. Whereas grants from, let's say, the state government or any other external body can also be used for both the purposes. But
Oh,
within the, yeah,
got it. So it's both ways. It is interesting.
yeah, it's both ways actually.
Got it. Yeah.
So here, if you see, the general fund also has all the three fund centers, whereas the budget fund also has all the three fund centers.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's a bit complex, and actually whether you the actual scenario will actually determine how you want to map it. But broadly, there could be situations where we could have kind of segregation where the consumption and fund is also related. So, for example, a charitable organization which provides meals to children, and which looks after, which has a foster care or something that looks after orphan children. So in that case, the origin of funds, the source of funds could also be separate, and the consumption of the fund centers could also be separate. But even within that, if they are sharing the kitchen, so in that case, again there is a kind of sharing, and it could be from the fund, but the consumption would happen by way of issue of meals to the other fund centers. So it could be a complex scenario. I think it's quite okay if you don't have all the answers right now, but if we could get a more practical scenario, then we could definitely attempt to map these kind of things. And once we see the journal entries and the reports that we get, then we'll be able to you know uh, get a better idea about what exactly we are doing. So this is a fund master record, and this is overall fund where the validity period. And let's go to the SAP only, because the screen is a bit outdated. Uh, so let's create a fund, and I have created one fund, I think. Yeah, so this is grants from Ministry of IT, and this is actually one fund. And then private sources could be your collection of fees or anything that comes from private sources. So it's actually who is going to reimburse that expense, and that is where it kind of fund would go. So okay, coming back to that, let's display the fund. So this is okay. You have something known as a fund type, and here actually I've created the same as a fund type. But within the private sources, you could have one, two, three, four, like four different private sources, and those could be created as funds within the fund type of private centers. Whereas government grants could be one, and then yeah, grants from Ministry of IT. So suppose I'm getting some grant from some other ministry, I could have another fund within the fund type of government grants.
fund type?
We have something known as fund group as well, but this is a kind of group of funds. So you could create a hierarchy here, uh, fund group, and below that you could create fund. You could create fund this thing. Sorry, the fund type is a kind of a configuration. So that is a one-time setting. Below that you can create funds, but you could group the funds within a
Funds.
fund group. So let's create one more fund, and government grant. Within government grant I will government grant one, not very. Yeah, the fund is saved. So what we can do, let's try to post one accounting entry, and there we'll get an idea how it is asking for the different things. And before that, let me tell you that I have done some configuration also to derive a commitment item and fund center automatically. So I don't really need to give the fund center. So for example, under other expenses, I have entered uh, some amount 125, let's say. Now it says that requires an account assignment category relevant to cost accounting. So let's say I give this as this thing. So here you will see that the functional area commitment item is derived automatically, and the fund center will also be derived automatically. Ideally it should be shown here. Let me check why it is not shown. So fund center will also be shown here. Now the fund center is equal to the cost center in this particular case. Though we can have different types of logic. So now I'll post it to a bank account. Now in case of bank account, the type of commitment item is different. It is not an income or expense. So here you go, and then again I can post to a cost center. And then, yeah, so here you can see that there is one field for fund, or so this fund can be entered here. So for example, from this fund I want to consume, uh, that can be given. And when this document is posted, it is going to take all the characteristics of funds management. So here you go, that which functional area. Functional area is, we'll see it later, it is applicable only for the profit and loss account. So I don't know what this is. It is not applicable for the balance sheet accounts.
Yeah.
My feeling is we should get it. Let's see if we have the app here, because now, as you rightly say, that everything is uh, in the AC DOCA table. Let's go and check in the AC DOCA table, and I'm pretty sure it is there. And if it is there, definitely it will appear in the that analytical balance sheet is not there, multi-dimensional. Okay, so if we click on this one and search for commitment item, yeah, no, this is commitment, not. No, I think the funds management is not integrated with AC Doka. Fund center is there, fund is there. What about the commitment item?
There it is at the bottom.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Commitment item is there. Perfect. So that means we do
It
have,
is there.
it is there, exactly. Yeah, here you go. Okay, let's try to get it here. Oh my gosh. Where is it? Yeah, here you go. In this balance sheet, for example, now let me change it to ZaranTech. We need to create, I need to create these hierarchies and also this requires a hierarchy to be created. That is why it's not showing the data. But let's see for, okay, as it was showing 17, 10. Okay. And if you go to the navigation panel, yeah, OB58 as well. No, we have the same chart of accounts. So YC, we are using YCOI, which is the chart of accounts for yeah, this is assigned to the same this thing. So I think it should work. Let's try this. Yeah, here you can see just few figures. Here I don't see the fund yet. Maybe in the trial balance shows. Yeah, profit center segment, zero balance account, functional area, and the additional fields for the vertical side. Because it's quite likely that because generally you cannot prepare a balance sheet based on funds or anything. That might be the reason that it's not showing here. But if we have a multi-dimensional balance, trial balance, I don't think that app is there. Okay, let me check this. Yeah, you can assign assets to a fund. Yes. I have not generally seen a balance sheet by funds because these are some of the reports you get by funds. So it's more like budget versus actual kind of thing. Uh, so you probably don't get complete financial statements for the fund accounting, as a fund. So in that case, you would have to probably use profit center or something like that. Okay, let's go to the next topic. So we have created a fund now. We'll go to the functional area. So functional area, you might have seen in the normal FI as well.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah. So functional area is the same concept here. Functional area can be used in uh, funds accounting as well. And this is usually tied to the for example, GL account or cost center. So for example, when we create a GL account, this GL account has the functional area YB75, and the functional area, you can create functional areas based on the nature of the expense, like sales or admin or research, accrued cost, production. These are various sets of functional area created by different people probably, but more or less they follow the same pattern, and we'll follow the YB thing because so it is trying to divide the profit and loss account by function, so sales, revenue, production, consulting, marketing, administration, research, and generally, but in case of sales, we may have to have some other strategy for functional area, like tied to material or service material, something like that. In case of these admin GL accounts, you can directly have it tied to the GL account. So this the simplest example where you enter this into GL account. But let us see the revenues. I'm sure they don't have. So here, if you go to the this thing, it doesn't really go anywhere. Uh, just gives you some additional information about the functional area. So for example, if you look at this one, other expenses by B75, uh, it is other expenses. So, and you can validate it. And then we'll go to the last topic, for which is a funded program. And again, this looks to me more like a program which is specifically funded, or a program which is run like a project. So for example, they have given IT infrastructure modernization or an ERP implementation. So this is a funded program in the sense that I'm incurring some program or some project which has certain funds. So this could be within a particular fund center. So they have given examples of this thing like facility modernization, financial system replacement, park beautification, and street and highway safety. So depending upon what kind of organization it is, funded programs are programs within an operational purpose and a defined time frame. This can range from simple activities to complex project and cross your organization fiscal years, funding sources, and organizational units. So especially if you take an ERP implementation, it's not strictly necessary that it should follow one fund or one fund center for that matter. It could be across this thing, but it's also likely that it will follow a particular fund center. It's again flexible. So the funded program purpose is different. So if we come back to this thing again, revisiting this. So fund center is where you are incurring the expense or consuming a resource. Funds is actually a source of funds, and then the functional area, of course, is completely different. And a funded program is a project, but generally, it could be distinct from the fund center, because fund center is actually which is consuming this thing, but it could be across fund center. So, or you could create a separate fund center also for this funded program. So let's try to post one document with a funded program. So here they have created one funded program and can be budgeted but not directly assigned to an account. During toasting can derive from accounts such as CO. So probably the funded program can be used as an alternative to the fund center. So if I directly post to a funded program, uh, I may not require a fund center to post to. Yeah, and that is what we'll kind of confirm when we post. So let's create a funded program. So let's say, yeah, this funded program I have already created like IT infrastructure upgradation. And this could be one of the funded program. We have funds, we have fund center, completely earmarked funds. Yeah, here now we're getting the fund center. And okay, let's select the fund center. But again, we are not getting earmarked funds. Functional area is fine. Commitment item will be derived. Fund is, yeah, can be entered. If you refresh, it derives this automatically. Let's quickly check whether the funded program account assignment object is activated, because I remember I have not activated all of them. So here you can see it derives the one automatically. Well, we cannot see the funded program yet. Okay, let me check this. Maybe some additional activation is necessary, because sometimes it has some additional. Sorry about that, because I was not sure whether we use this. So there is one more thing I want to show you. That we discuss this now: fund commitment item, fund center, fund functional area, and funded program. And sometimes it is a kind of a duplication to we keep on entering the same information in finance and then again in funds management. And usually there is some mapping between the financial or elements and the funds management. So SAP has given very useful tool called FM Derive. And here, what we can do is we can pass on certain characteristics from FI into funds management and derive the funds management org structure. So this is a very lot of functionality is available here. I have put a very simple logic, but see now what I have created logic is the cost center field is uh, transferred to the fund center. So where we have kind of a one-to-one mapping. But this is probably the simplest scenario. But if I try to create a new one, new derivation, it gives me so many options. So function module, enhancement, initialization, assignment, table lookup, and derivation rules. So we'll try to see more complex things. So from the material group or something, you want to derive the commitment item, for example. So we had done in the previous project that based on my materials consumed, suppose it is of a particular type, then I should derive the particular commitment item. So there the commitment item did not follow the GL account principle. It was more specific in terms of what exactly is consumed. So especially in case of different types of services where it could go to a common GL account, but it could go to a different commitment item. Or you could, have other kinds of derivations, and you can put conditions here which kind of link various tables, and then you can build rules based on that. So this is a very flexible and very kind of a useful function. You can even use a function module. So I want to use some standard function module to derive yeah, so these are the standard function modules provided to read data from certain things and then pass it on to, so for example, I use this read account master data. So, based on the company code and GL, then I can, determine certain fields here, like your planning level, or, any field can be derived. But of course, the logic, if you know the logic, then if these two conditions are satisfied, uh, and here you can have the very specific condition that, these are the input fields, this is the condition, and then this is what is passed in the target fields. So yeah, so here they're passing the commitment item in the commitment item field. Based on this logic, I'm able to derive the commitment item. So we'll try to take a few more examples of complex derivation using function modules, etc. in the subsequent this thing. And this FM derived tool. So suppose I created one this thing, and I want to pass the GL account to commitment item. I can test the rule here. So this this is a tool which SAP provides, and this is very useful. So you switch the trace on, and whatever your FI objects you pass here. So for example, here I'm trying to see whether the GL account is passed to the commitment item, and I want to use the same GL account, which you click on derive, and here you can see that the commitment item is derived, because I have created a commitment item which is equal to the GL account. Now, when you when SAP rules this reads these rules, they are from more specific to more generic. So these rules are read in this order. So for even for GL account, I may have 2-3 different rules. One is where the sorry, for commitment item, I may have 2-3 different rules. So for example, where I have a material master and I have material groups, in the first step, I may try to derive the commitment item from the material group. If that doesn't happen, it doesn't find anything, it will go to the next step. So for example, GL account to commitment item, for example. So this way we can have, for the same thing, we can have different rules, and it will, proceed in this order, trying to derive the rules. So here, if I go and display the log, it will show me what exactly it has done. So what input it has passed. So it has passed the GL account number to this, and then the FM derive has derived the commitment item based on the GL account. A very simple rule. Derivation completed. Here it gives you the source fields and the same thing, source field and a target field.
Hi there. Are you ready to take your organization's financial management to new heights with SAP Funds Management? Our self-paced online course is here to empower you with the skills you need. In this comprehensive training, you'll dive deep into the intricacies of SAP Funds Management. Discover how to streamline budgeting processes, allocate funds efficiently, and ensure seamless compliance with regulatory requirements. Our course curriculum is meticulously designed by industry experts, covering everything from creating commitment items and assigning budget periods to generating insightful reports for data-driven decision-making. Meet your instructors, seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Funds Management. They'll guide you every step of the way, sharing real-world insights and best practices to help you master this powerful tool. Don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their financial operations using the knowledge gained from our course. Best of all, this invaluable training is accessible at an affordable price, making it a smart investment for your career, growth, and organizational success. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and enroll now to unlock the true potential of SAP Funds Management.
Okay, so let's go to the next topic. Before that, do we want to quickly do the assessment of 2 and 3? Because I don't think we did that. That will also be a good recap of what we did so far. So going back to module 2, organization structure and master data. Probably we saw this. Okay, let's. It's not much. We'll probably, even if it is repetition, let's quickly do it. Which of the following area takes precedence over company code? And the answer is FM area and controlling area. So I would say they sit on top in the sense that you can have multiple company codes assigned to one FM area and multiple company codes assigned to one controlling area. The organization unit for controlling is the controlling area. Select the scenarios from the following that are available for public sector. Funds, functional area, funded programs, grant management is not active and it is active, or budget planning and execution are used. So this is very specific to the presentation and the answer is both A and B. The organizational unit for financial accounting is, of course, the company code, as we know. And state whether the following statements are true or false. You can assign one or more company codes to an FM area, and we saw that yes, you can assign one or more company codes to a financial management area. Let's go to the assessment number 3. If you have any comments or you would like, please feel free. So it could be just general thoughts about this, or anything that you want to add, or something that relates to your situation, for example. Uh, which of the following are the control parameters used to define the meaning of a commitment item? So the options are the financial transaction and item category, both A and B, upstream application. So we saw in the master data, we have like this financial transaction and the item category. So what they're referring to is this financial transaction, whether it is what kind of financial transaction it pertains to. And within that, there are subcategories like whether it is a balance or a revenue or expenditure or clarification workload. Yeah, we didn't see that, but we can see that there is something there. There are ways to create this thing, uh, mass processing. Yeah. So Let me try this out. Create a file and then show you. Let me make a note of it here. Okay, which of the fall the item category stipulates whether you are working with a revenue item, an expenditure item, a cash balance item, or all of the above. And we saw here the item category. It's kind of all of the above. Which of the following option must be integrated to set up the FM account assignment? Organizational elements and structural posting elements. So the FM account assignment, as we know, is derived from firstly the organizational elements like the functional area, FM area, and finance management area, and the structural posting elements like fund center, fund. Then you have commitment item. Which of the following must be integrated? Yeah, we saw which of the following information must be contained in the fund center master record. The name and description and person responsible. So going back to the concept of the fund center, yeah, it is more like where the expenditure is incurred, and then we had funds, which is like the source of funds, like private sources, government funds, etc. And choose the total number of digits of commitment items. Yeah, this is really large because the jail account is 10 digit, but you can go up to 24 digits with this. Yeah, it's the same. So, okay, let us continue with the next topic. That is, oh, yeah, this one we have on module 4. Maintenance of functional area in the master data menu. Long maintenance of functional area, long text change documents, create with the template function module, substring function, all of the above. I don't get this. I'll come back to you on this. Which of the following activities will be enabled by the funded programs? Funded programs, as we saw, if we go back to our funded program, like it could be a project and record budget, control postings, and monitor the performance of internal projects. And this is all of the above. Funded program is not available for direct input. So usually it is derived from cost center or internal order or WBS element. So you could create a WBS element for the project and then have the funded program derived from there. It is not available on the input screen. Which of the following option is managed as funds from secondary sources? Budgets, funds, and both A and B. Yeah, apparently that is the answer. During posting, the account assignment is always derived from another account assignment object, such as, yeah, and this is a particular reference to the funded program, which could be like a CO order, WBS element. So you could create an internal order and record all the expenses pertaining to the project there, or you could create a project in project systems and create WBS elements for that. And then we will derive that from. So what I would suggest, when you start this thing, if possible, please try to first create your structure on Excel, so we could discuss it once tomorrow. And then, I mean, the basic things, definitely you can go ahead. But if you want to have some kind of brainstorming on how the structure could be, then we could probably discuss that. And examples of funded programs are, yeah, facility modernization, financial system replacement, park beautification, street and highway safety. So different kinds of projects could be there. Now let us go to the budget structure. And again, there are some functionalities here which we are going to see, which are not mandatory to use. So you could use them, you may not use them also. So let us see what those are. So this is the budget structure. Disclaimer, we have all read. This is the agenda for today. Budget structure. Project structure enables maintain budget. So we are going to see the two concept of budget address and posting address. Budget structure menu, derivation rules, derivation types, and generate budget addresses from budget data. So the concept is that So the use of a budget structure is optional. If you do not use a budget structure, the budget addresses do not have to be checked. Budget and posting addresses have a one-to-one relationship. So the same thing is in budget, and the same thing is in the actual commitment postings. So when we talk about postings in the budget. BCS or in funds management, there are two types of postings. One is the payment postings, which result from, let's say, payment of an invoice or even the booking of an invoice. And one is the commitment posting. So the commitment posting actually starts when you create a purchase order, or even before that, when you create a purchase requisition. So something that creates a commitment for the future, so which is going to result in a definite liability or payment in the future. So those kind of postings are made both to for the budget and to the actuals. So for posting those, this if you want to create a budget structure like this, we could create a budget structure. So if you are familiar with COPA, yeah. So COPA, how does it work? These characteristics, they form a COPA segment. But that COPA segment is always dynamic. So every time you add a new product, a new profit center, a new customer, for example, it will create a new segment. So that combination itself is called a segment. So similarly, I could relate this also. So budget address or a posting address is nothing but a combination of FM account assignments. And what are the FM account assignments? They are like fund center, fund, commitment item. Sorry, yeah, funds, fund center, commitment items, functional area. These four combinations can result in different types of posting addresses and different types of budget addresses. So, for example, this is some kind of a structure. Uh, I think they have, yeah. So now at the top could be the budget address, and you could budget for the example, at the project level. So at the project level, if you budget, you don't really care uh, which accounts it is booked. So I have a budget of, let's say, 1 million for a particular project or a particular use or a particular department. Then in the budget address, I could create it at the level of the fund center, for example, fund center, without any combination of commitment items there. But when I use the posting addresses will have the commitment items as well. So it could have a commitment items, it could have a fund, could have a funded program. What happens is that these become come under the umbrella of the top level budget, and the budget is actually consumed from the top level budget. So in this case, what happens is we do not really care in the budget whether it is at a lower level, but at the actuals, it's always consumed from the higher level. So this kind of a structure can be created. So what I say is you post your actuals on the more detailed level than your budget regarding fund center hierarchy. So even you could have a fund center hierarchy, and you could post at a more detailed level, whereas your budget could be at the top of the fund center hierarchy. Then you can track your actuals at the functional area level if your budget is segregated without it. So again, they are saying that at the posting level, you could segregate it according to the nature of the expense, that is the functional area, whether it is admin or sales related, or it is manufacturing, or means cost of goods produced, etc. Uh, or you could create a budget for a program in SAP and post your actual against various programs, uh, from FM, HR, and MM. So most of the postings will happen, as we saw, from the other modules. Okay, so now this is a kind of a graphical representation of the budget address and posting address. Uh, So here you can see that if financial management account assignment elements could be your funds, functional area, funded programs, fund centers. And these are modeled in a hierarchy. So definition of FM account assignments for budgeting with the consequence that the budget can be posted here, and definition of FM account assignments for posting. So I think this concept will become clear when we actually yeah, carry out the transactions. Maintain budget or posting addresses. In this case, addresses must be completely entered into table. By mass processing, then based on FM account elements restriction, the system will create automatically all the possible combinations. Yeah, so it is actually saying that it will create all possible combinations. But the what is important that it is based in the hierarchy. Okay, so we can do it manually or by mass processing. So manually we'll see today, and the mass processing of we will see tomorrow. Maintain budget and posting addresses. Yeah, so I will show you how to create the posting address. Uh, So in this case, in case of manual maintenance, addresses must be entered into the table in full, and it provides you a way to enter that. So the term address, I think it's a bit confusing, but address is nothing but a combination of FM characteristics. And by mass processing based on the restrictions of FM account assignments, the system will automatically create all possible combinations by reading the master data. So, in fact, we can actually, I'll show you the individual one. We can try the mass one also if it works. Okay, okay, let's go through this. I'll show you some basic configuration of also of the budgetary control system, and then we can probably go to the then definition of FM account assignments permitted for budgeting and permitted for posting. So there are two types. So FM area here, if you see the uh, FM area is 9,000 fiscal year 2009 budget structure. So here we need to create a budget structure. So budget structure is kind of the high level node under which your posting addresses and budgeting addresses will be created. So the difference between two is that the budgeting address allows for budgeting, whereas posting address allows for actual entries, actual financial entries and commitment entries. And we saw in the earlier slide that the budget could be at a slightly higher level, and the actual could be at a much detailed.
Copa Finance.
Yeah, exactly. So these are like COPA segments only, and you will actually get a report budgeting versus actual. So you can get it against those segments, budget segments. Sorry, the addresses.
And these are dynamic, you were saying, like Copa?
Dynamic in the sense that it will not be created automatically when you post, but there is a mass function to create it, and we could create it in en masse, periodically, or wherever there is a new account assignment created, field created. Like I create a fund center, I can run the mass creation for that fund center and create it. So maintain a budget or posting addresses. In this case, addresses must be completely entered into the table. By mass processing, then based on FM account element restriction, the system will create automatically all possible combinations reading the master data. Unfortunately, I do not have enough master data. So tomorrow, what we'll try this, but otherwise tomorrow we will I'll create more master data, at least a few more fund centers, commitment items, and funds. Functional areas are there, and then we will be able to create en masse more posting addresses and budgeting addresses. So this is the derivation rule. Posting address from the it's kind of a uh, again, this slide is a bit confusing. But let's say that it's kind of a one-to-one assignment, and uh, we saw that the budget address could be at a higher level. So the fund center, like instead of having one-to-one, we could have a group of fund centers pointing to one budget address, and similarly goes for other things. Generally, it will not happen in a commitment item. Also, it is possible. Funds, I don't think it is possible. Functional area, no. Funded program, also no. So in the first two cases, we could actually have many to one relationship between posting address and budget address. Okay, before that, before we go to this, let's go to the system and check on the basic things of budgeting, and we will come back to these things. So just as we did for the actual thing, the basic settings of the funds management, we need to activate account assignment elements in budgeting, like which account assignment elements you want to use in budgeting, and which are mandatory and which are optional. So as you can see here, that the fund centered commitment items are mandatory, whereas functional area, funded program, and fund and grant are optional. But let me change this one also, functional area, to mandatory, because we do have the function. Oh, so at the higher level it is optional. So I cannot make this change only for BCS. If I have to do this change, then I will have to change at that level also. So let's keep it like that. So these are the account assignment elements. Then yeah, you have the budget types here. So when we do the entry of the budget, uh, yeah. So this is actually predefined by SAP, but we can create your own categories. So see, the budgeting process is that you can have an initially entered budget, you can have a supplement, you can have a transfer from one fund center to another fund center, you can have transfer back to the authority who is providing the budget. So these different kinds of transactions need to be reported out in the report correctly, and that is why we have these budget types. So if you, now you forget this enter, because I had created it initially just to get started, but now because there is data, it is not allowing me to delete it. So, so basically, we use the BT01. They have provided SU01, SU02, TR01, TR02. BT01 is the normal budget entry. So, if you go beneath this and see the assigned processes, that three processes, either the budget entry, carry forward for sender, and carry forward for receiver. So these are kind of year-end processes. So you can carry forward, and you can carry forward from one to another. So this is basically the primary source of entry for the budget. Then we come to the supplement. So if you have any supplementary budget, then it comes under this. So these are the standard. If you want to use any other, like receive or return instead of entry, then we could use that also, and then supplement, and then transfer. Basically, there are different these primary types, and then supplement 02 is just another variation. So they call it budget type unusual supplement. So from the receiver's perspective, if a supplement is termed unusual, this is just a text, so I can actually bifurcate these supplements into two types. If I don't require, I can just keep one supplement also. In fact, this classification again of budget types is not strictly mandatory, because I can add under the first one also all the processes. So, for example, now here I'm adding receive, for example, because it is not receive, and return, for example, because it is not there anywhere. So I can save it. So it's completely flexible. user, how he wants to classify. These are predefined. These characteristics are predefined by SAP. I believe you cannot add your own here. So yeah, star is there. So if you want to just keep one and keep star, that's also fine. Uh, okay, so let's go back. And okay, this is transfer. So this is transfer receive and transfer send. And then again, this is transfer unusual, some other type of transfer to differentiate it, and the transfer one and transfer two. And then create budget structure. So we need to create the budget structure. Before that, you see budget category. Yeah. So category again, which types we are going to use. So payment or commitment. So the financial budget actually is not, it's just for information. It doesn't do any checks. But do you want to do commitment or payment? So generally we would want to do both. And commitment is checked at the time of PR, and commitment is released when it actually results into an invoice. So it goes into the payment bucket. So we could have just one, or we could have a commitment one separate also. So as to, keep track of both separate. Okay. So with this, okay, let's come back to this now. So let's try to create one posting address manually. Yeah, so here you can create a multi-level budget structure, and we have created one hierarchy, so you can display the hierarchy. Sorry, so at the top is a budget structure, and we have created one. So now under this, so it's actually, it doesn't. Okay, so there's a top level hierarchy which has the same name as a Zaran top, and then you have these kind of, combinations of the uh, fund center and the your commitment item as the address, budget address. Yeah, actually the constant element here. Can we change the layout? Yeah, it does. The constant element here is the government grant. So that also should the the government grant is the what you call is as a fund. So we'll see how to see use this as a posting element. Yeah, you can post to these characteristics. So you can actually post to these characteristics. Yes, I don't think you can enter directly this kind of a hierarchy node. You still have to enter individually, but the whole purpose is that we are not going to enter manually everything. We are going to derive 99% of all the characteristics from our existing organizational data. So let's say budget address. I want to create individually one budget address. So FM area. Then again, this is time dependent. So which fiscal year? Then budget category and budget structure. And if here you can go and manually enter what kind of this thing you want to create. So it's not required that I create it at the granular level. So I could create it at a more higher level, just at the combination of funds and fund center, and the commitment item I can enter at a uh, higher level, or a functional area I don't need to bother. So these combinations we can create. And similarly, very similar actual also. Here it asks you for the posting ledger. So it's the same. The posting ledger exactly the same as the budgeting ledger. And here we've created a similar structure. But let me work on this a little bit, and we'll, when we do the actual postings, we can have a different thing at the budget and a different thing at the uh, actual level. So you see here, it has created with all the combinations, but clearly this is not correct because it is using functional areas from other chart of accounts as well, which I don't. So here I need to, restrict it to the functional area. Let's say the ones which start with YB. Yeah, correct. So we don't want. So somebody else has defined the other functional areas for his chart of account. Yeah, it's client specific. And then this kind of IT infra, then we don't want everywhere the IT infra funded program, because this IT infra funded program may be very specific for a particular use. So I think then we may have to, create it twice or thrice, one based on certain criteria, then another thing based on certain criteria, then another thing based on certain criteria. So to do this kind of working in Excel, so fortunately it has a test run. So I'm not creating it right now. See, we saw this posting ledger 9A is the payment budget, and 9B is the commitment budget. There are certain transactions which update the payment budget. So, for example, you book a invoice, so it actually creates a liability to the vendor. So that is an actual financial transaction that happens. So that would update the expense account in the payment budget. But suppose you create a purchase order, for some stationery. So stationery is a GL account, yeah. But purchase order is not yet, it's not yet materialized into a liability. It's a kind of something that is a commitment that is going to happen. So that will get posted in the funds management commitment budget. Yeah, so here they're saying that you can generate budget addresses, which we saw that en masse we can do. Similarly, we can do for posting data also. So a budget address and posting address. So both is more or less the logic is same, but if our hierarchies itself are different, then we may not want to create it at all the budget addresses at the granular level. Suppose I have a fund center hierarchy, then here I will give only those nodes which are the top nodes. So let's take an example tomorrow, and I will show you how we can probably do at the higher level. Here it shows multi-level budget structure. Uh, FD1, Fund 1, Fund 2, FC, that is a fund center, 1, commitment item 1, fund center 2 and 3 are below the fund center 1, and then fund center 2, commitment item. The multi-level budget structure supports a bottom-up budget distribution. The budget is entered on the lower level and rolled up to the top of the hierarchy to simulate a top-down distribution. So, the account assignment elements are always at the lower level, lowest level. So, whatever you enter at the lowest level will cascade to the top, or rather, will roll up to the top level. Okay, so another thing is that this can be extracted in BI also for reporting. Unfortunately, we won't be able to do that. Let me check. But most probably it won't happen. But we'll be able to extract these structures into BI, and then BI is more flexible from a reporting perspective, as you know. So the summarized data is pulled into BI, and then BI can do a lot of good reports with there are a lot of tools available that sit on top of BI, and you can build really informative reports which are more like dashboards, or which more give you a summary of what is happening. Which of the following derivation types can be used to map different logical dependencies between source and target fields? Derivation rule, table access, assignment, initialization. I think a derivation rule, yes, that is right. But if you are using BAPIs, so with BAPIs, you may be able to use a B and C also. So the right answer would be all of the above. Which of the following have a one-to-one relationship? Budget, posting address, both A and B, and function. Now we said that budget address and posting address did not have a one-to-one relationship. So I think this is let's ignore this. Which of the following reporting will be enabled by the multi-level budget structure in BI? Hierarchical reporting is enabled because of the multi-level budget structure in BI. Which of the following account used to define the assignment of posting addresses to budget addresses? Contact and derivation. Okay, this also we'll see tomorrow. Make a note of it. And state whether the statement is true and false. Activate business function is a prerequisite for use of multi. Yes. So we saw that this business function can actually enable the transfer of data uh, to BI for using the multi-level budget structure. Let's quickly see whether this is activated. Yeah, maybe in the HANA this. See, HANA actually has redefined the way BI works, right? So maybe this is no longer required because HANA, BI, and HANA will work. Okay, I think this is probably a bit redundant now.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary object of SAP Funds Management? Option A, cost center. Option B, fund. Option C, budget. Option D, financial statement version. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hi there. Are you ready to take your organization's financial management to new heights with SAP Funds Management? Our self-paced online course is here to empower you with the skills you need. In this comprehensive training, you'll dive deep into the intricacies of SAP Funds Management. Discover how to streamline budgeting processes, allocate funds efficiently, and ensure seamless compliance with regulatory requirements. Our course curriculum is meticulously designed by industry experts, covering everything from creating commitment items and assigning budget periods to generating insightful reports for data-driven decision-making. Meet your instructors, seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Funds Management. They'll guide you every step of the way, sharing real-world insights and best practices to help you master this powerful tool. Don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their financial operations using the knowledge gained from our course. Best of all, this invaluable training is accessible at an affordable price, making it a smart investment for your career, growth, and organizational success. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and enroll now to unlock the true potential of SAP Funds Management.
So actually, I have started configuration of the grants management as well. Next session we can have. So if you're okay, we can do a couple of sessions of grants management in between, and then try to connect it to the present thing, like the funds management. Right, and try to use FM derive also. Of course, you can enter manually, but FM derive, like if you're using purchase order and all, right? Yeah, that is one way. Then about the commitment item, okay, I'll give you an example here. So See, this again, it proceeds in sequence. So first it will try to find out the first one. So even if you have multiple rules for commitment item, that's fine. Or multiple rules for fund center as well. So, okay, let's try to create one. Now, what we'll do is a derivation rule. Yeah, derivation rule is fine. No, it could be, yeah, we had like one per profit center, yes. But yeah, in case of projects, sometimes you may not require so many administrative fund centers as much as you have the cost centers. So it could be at the project level also, or you could have couple of them in the project. All the admin could go into one, and then the others could go into one. So those kind of things are possible. So now we'll try go for the budgeting, and first let us go to sessions, and in parallel we will. So we finished budget structure, I guess. So we'll move on to budgetary control system, and this is where that we. You remember we did those budget addresses and posting addresses, and now in the budget control system, it's absolutely essential that you have those budget address generated. So either you could do it in a mass way where you let the program derive it like a combination of fund center, a commitment item, etc., or you denote or you create manually. Because when we go to budgeting, we'll try to budget for something that doesn't have a budget address, and it will give you a message that this kind of budget address does not exist at all. So it won't allow you to budget without a budget address. This presentation. Okay, the disclaimer we have already seen. Yeah, so budgetary control system, the functions in the funds management component support budget planning, budget execution, and allow you to monitor the availability of funds. So this is about the budget thing does. So here, the planning and budgeting functions are more or less integrated. So it is not like cost center where you can do planning separately and budgeting separately. So planning allows you to have some planning components, and the same thing would be used in the budget also. So it is mainly the budget that we would be using, and the availability controls, because that is how we want to use the system and stop the transactions when the budget is going to be exceeded. So the budget control system in FM is an alternative to former budgeting. So I think, a few years ago, roughly 5, 6 years ago, they introduced a budget control system in place of former budgeting tools, which are old transactions are now redundant. And in S4 HANA, the BCS is mandatory, so they no longer support the old budgetary control system. So it's really not necessary for us to talk about former budgeting. BCS is designed to allow flexible customer specific adjustment to all important functions. So this is a more robust tool, and it allows more functionality. SAP does not intend BCS and formal budgeting to be used at the same time. That is, if you are using ECC systems, you have the option, but you cannot use at the same time. And therefore, the menu transactions and functions of customizing are separate. The necessary migration tools are available if you are using formal budgeting. Yeah. So one of the, if you see the simplification list, so when you go for migration scenarios, and you migrate from ECC to S4 HANA, one of the items in the simplification list is BCS. So we had one of our pharma clients doing that, and they advised that, of course, he was on BCS, so it was not a big deal from him. But if you look at the relevant notes and all, it doesn't support. All FM master data support in BCS, as well as grant and funded program master data. So grant and funded programs are kind of integrated with BCS also. So we'll see tomorrow, next session on Monday, we'll see the grants session. BCS includes an integrated planning tool with basic functions for budget planning. If you want to use comprehensive budget planning, you can exchange data with SAP's strategic enterprise management. So this is another external tool, but don't think it is in use anymore. You can use BCS with position budgeting and control. So these are all things within SAP. You can see that. Business information warehouse is available as a comprehensive reporting tool for the budgetary control system. So you can export data from BCS to BW or BI, and then you can report based on data. And BI, is a flexible tool for reporting, especially, budget versus actuals, and different kinds of reports can be generated on top of BI. BCS only works with funds management and grants management, not with other components that can also budget, such as SAP controlling. So this BCS tool that which we are talking about, or these BCS layouts that which we are talking about, do not work with SAP controlling, for example. So you cannot use these tools for budgeting for cost centers or cost elements or WBS elements or internal orders. So this budgeting tool is confined to uh, the funds and the grants management only. No, I think it is purely for public sector management. So all the subtopics within public sector management would work with BCS. Sorry, what you are saying? Like which topics? Yeah, BCS is within the purview of funds management only. So it cannot, but there are other tools available for budgeting for other industries. So, for example, BPC is one tool that I have used, Business Objects Planning and Controlling. So that is a tool that also sits on top of BI and is extensively used for budgeting and consolidation. So it is similar to your Hyperion, this thing, and it can be used with for the general budgets which commercial corporations prepare, like your projected profitability. Yeah, projected profitability. Oh, you are using group reporting. Okay, yeah. So group reporting again. See, BPC was a kind of a fluid product, I would say. So they used BPC for some years, and now BPC is again getting split into two parts. So the consolidation portion is again coming back into SAP as group reporting. BPC product is still being used by a lot of clients, but yeah, it was not a very stable product, I guess. So it is again being replaced by group reporting. And group reporting has very similar features as BPC, but group reporting is within SAP, and the Fury front end and all those consolidation functions are brought back into the SAP. Exactly, and I'm glad you had worked with ECCS, because some of the elements like those FS items and all, it's exactly like ECCS. And yeah, some of the elements like this consolidation monitor and all, they are exactly like BPC. ECCS is a very old product. Yeah, customer definable budget types, entry document types, and consistency check in BCS budgeting allow you to map the request of your organization in the system. Yeah. So budget types and entry document types and consistency. So these budget types, through budget types, you can assign specific meanings to the budgets, and you can give budgets to it. And similarly goes for entry document types also. So these, as you know, we have various versions of the budget: floating plans, rolling plans. So you start with, let's say, a budget at the beginning of the year, and then based on the quarterly trends, you have revisions of the budget. So these kind of things can be mapped into the PCS. Budget entry and budget update activities are based on documents are locked in budget entry documents. You display and maintain this in the budgeting workbench. So you will see the budgeting workbench also, and it shows you what documents are posted and all. Status management allows you to divide the budget execution process in individual budgeting phases and specific user roles through yeah, status management also we'll be doing. Unfortunately, I couldn't get it working right away, but I'll do it within a couple of days. But yeah, most of the other things are working fine. The BCS availability component is a flexible tool that you can customize to monitor and compare budget values and commitment actual values. Yeah. So availability is what is available after you consume the budget or you consume the commitments, and that is availability control is a kind of a tool that you can use to find out how much budget is still available. This presentation is otherwise we could take go to the system and then come back to this. Yeah. So okay, let's try to go into the system and have a brief look at budgeting features, and then we'll try to come back budgetary control system. And okay, similar to actuals, you also need to activate the account assignment elements here, and whether you what level of budget, what level of you'll be doing the uh, budget you'll be allocating. So yeah, activate account assignment elements in budgeting. And again, this we have already seen these ones. So what is optional, what is mandatory, and what is not used. So I have kept comparative and fund center as mandatory. Funded program is optional. Functional area, we could make it as mandatory. Let's try to make it as mandatory. But I don't know if because already there is data, delete the data, and then grant is optional, and fund is optional. So these all things are optional. The next thing is budget types and then budget category also. So we have payment budget, commitment budget, and financial budget. So we could actually use either of these, or we could use both. This financial budget actually has no such no such. It's just for information. It doesn't stop you in either case. But this payment will stop you in case of payments and the commitment budget. So actually, unlike your controlling, here they have split it into two parts. So it is either you have this. This is standard, so you cannot have any other classification other than this. So you need to have either payment budget or commitment budget. And then you go to define budget types. This one, see, this one, how it works is the certain transactions of SAB by their nature are classified as either commitment or as a payment. So, for example, when you create a PO or a PR, that transaction itself is classified as a commitment. Whereas when you book an invoice, pay a customer or a vendor, that transaction is classified as a payment. So, what stage you want to do the budget, or you want to do it at both the stages? So that is what you can do it at this thing. So suppose I have a particular budget for commitment and then the particular budget for actuals, then it would keep a check on both the things. Otherwise, what after a while we can do in the normal cycle is we can transfer the budgets from one place to another place. So commitments are all done, and now currently on the commitments and the payments. Okay, probably once we see the examples, it may become clearer. Then these are the budget types, and I think we saw this last time that this is the BT01 is the now you can assign process to budget type. So the process are basically enter per budget, supplement budget, and so on. So here enter, receive, and return and carry forward for sender processes are budget entry. So budget entry. So this will give you breakup of the budget by the budget type, like how much was the original budgeted, and then how much was the supplement, and then how much was the transfer from another budget, another cost or fund center, for example. So these budget types are more or less standard. I mean, you can customize this, but the underlying transactions are all standard. This is a comprehensive all the transactions what they had given for another FM area 001, and this is what you get. So these are the different types. So we will see these different types during the our course of the demonstration. Okay, and one more thing that we have is create the budget structure. So that is actually not in the configuration. Funds management, master data, use of account, budget structure, oh, sorry to see. Funds management, government, master data, use of account assignment elements, budget structure. Okay. Yeah, so this is actually a high level budget structure. Within this multiple level budget structure, you would have the budget addresses. So these budget addresses right now we'll create manually, but we can also have a strategy to create. Yeah, you want to create from the cost centers, or you want to create from profit centers, or you want to create from any other element. So yeah, so we'll now go back and create some master data here, like a budget address or so here I can create individually the budget address, and budget address is nothing but, as we said, as we talked about, the combination of the various things here, like a fund center. Also, I'm creating under payment budget, and so here, see, the system already has created so many addresses, and these are the combinations where you are going to budget. For example, so I think last time we ran the automation program, the automatic program, and it created all the budget addresses. But still, we can, try to post at something now. For example, let's see which. Yeah, it has created, but I could try to delete something from here and then try to create. We'll try to create and the fund as non-government grant. If you try to budget, let's see what is here. Yeah, only the government grant is here. So the other one is not here. So just to make a note of it. Okay, so these are the budget addresses. So as I told you, budget address is nothing but a combination of all the account assignment elements, and we can create it automatically. And then posting address also same. Posting address, you know uh, this is also, since we create it automatically, it will give you the same thing. Okay, so let us go back to the presentation. Yeah, availability control and all. But before that, let's try to create one budget record, and this will come to the transaction FNB CCC. So as you can see, the planner functions doesn't have any, it has one change plan data, but this function we are not going to use to that extent, because plan data is not what will used in the availability control and all. So we'll directly go to the budgeting. So this is the planning which we probably saw in cost center thing. So this isn't really useful or relevant at this stage. So we'll go to the budgeting thing. Okay, so let us create one entry document of the budget. So we have actually entered this in the configuration, what type of budget I want to enter and the process. So these are the entering processes: enter, return, So now here I'm trying to select a now instead of doing this one by one, we could kind of select it from here also. So this is what functional area, for example, YP35 and no nothing YP25. So selection of let's say the fund or rather the fund center. So here it will return all my budget objects, and I can select one budget object, like let's say this one, or I can select multiple. And this gets copied over here, and therefore you can enter the whatever budget you want to enter. So this has become green, and I will save this. Specify budget. Yeah, I need to specify. Now we have entered this ENTR. So with that, it will default to the BT01. This ENTR, I had entered it earlier, but now it is, the text is like ignored. So let's stick to BT01. So now this document is posted. Now document 6 has been created. Yeah. So this is actually a budget document. And against these count assignment elements, we have created certain budgets. So let us go back and go to the another screen called budgeting workbench. In this screen, it is a similar screen, but it gives you kind of overview of what is posted or pre-posted, undone, held, etc. So you have, as you can see here, there is a if I go back, there is a thing called hold also. So for example, let me select the master data and let's hold one. This is similar to the financial hold where you can give a temporary test number, and you can call this, and then you can post this document. So once you post it, it will disappear from held and it will go to the posted document. This is the seventh document just posted. Some of the documents, I think I deleted recently because I wanted to recreate the data. Then you have the multiple budget entry, and multiple budget entry also works in a similar way, except that here you can make kind of, or you can post to multiple account assignments in one go. So you at the header level, you select the account assignments, and then you can post variations of it into the lower levels. Yeah, Fury apps as well. Yes, we could check the Fury apps also. But in this case, the Fury apps will look very similar to
This one?
this one. Yeah. Okay, then there is one more concept that for a budget made available. So it's not like you post the budget and then that budget would be automatically available for the consumption. So there is a concept of release. Let's see if they have considered that here. So any specific thing you want to take in the example, then I can configure that based on your, or let's go procedure what we are doing.
Hi there. Are you ready to take your organization's financial management to new heights with SAP Funds Management? Our self paced online course is here to empower you with the skills you need. In this comprehensive training, you'll dive deep into the intricacies of SAP Funds Management. Discover how to streamline budgeting processes, allocate funds efficiently, and ensure seamless compliance with regulatory requirements. Our course curriculum is meticulously designed by industry experts, covering everything from creating commitment items and assigning budget periods to generating insightful reports for data-driven decision-making. Meet your instructors, seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Funds Management. They'll guide you every step of the way, sharing real-world insights and best practices to help you master this powerful tool. Don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their financial operations using the knowledge gained from our course. Best of all, this invaluable training is accessible at an affordable price, making it a smart investment for your career, growth, and organizational success. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and enroll now to unlock the true potential of SAP Funds Management.
So functions in funds management component support budget planning, budget execution, and allow you to monitor the availability of funds. The budgetary control system is an alternative to formal budgeting. BCS is designed to allow flexible customer specific adjustment to all important functions. Okay, and one more thing I want to show you is that, okay, we saw the budget entry where we are creating budgets. So for example, let's create one budget. So we use this function like enter the budget and then we enter the budget. So similarly, you can use the other functions as well. So for example, you want to return the budget. And let's say we have done some planning here. So this is actually creating a reverse kind of entry where the budget is getting returned. So this is, determined by this header level thing like return, and in the reports it will appear as a return budget and not as a positive budget. So coming back, SAP does not intend BCS and former budgeting to be used at the same time. Therefore, menu transactions, functions, and necessary customizing are separate. The necessary migration tools are available if you are using former budgeting but want to migrate to BCS. And we saw that post HANA, everything is available in BCS. All FM master data is supported in BCS as well as grant and funded program master data. So today we'll have a small introduction about grants also and see how we can integrate this because we unfortunately don't have any presentation on grant. So we will just have it, informally, and then we'll continue with the other things. Sorry, where was I? If you want to use comprehensive budget planning, you can exchange data with, okay, this budget planning and all, it is mainly to do with the BI part of it. So I don't think we can have that kind of demo. Let me check if they have any BI system connected, but I'm doubtful. So this will probably have to see, just as a theory. So you can use BCS together with position budgeting and control, and business information warehouse is available as a comprehensive reporting tool. So in fact, you can exchange data, plan data, budget data between the two. BCS only works with funds management and grants management, not with other components that can also budget, such as SAP controlling. Customer definable budget types, entry document types, and consistency checks in BCS budgeting allow you to map the requests of your organization. So here we saw that not only if I try to create a budget, we have like this budget types, and then the process, whether it is a carry forward, return, supplement. So I can even use the other processes here. And then the budget type. So budget type actually determines what kind of process we are doing. So if I use supplement here, I will have to break it down, use the other budget type, which is supplement budget. And again, the same thing here. So I can have a initial budget, and then a budget supplement may be added later in the year if the particular budget get exhausted, or some additional amount is sanctioned by the government, for example. Okay, so again, we have the various status types, and here I can give the various statuses. So you can define which phases of budgeting during the course of a fiscal year, and you can define a budget status for each phase. So budget planning, budget entry, budget consumption, and these statuses are assigned to different budget phases. And here we will see now, here we have defined the various statuses. Status one is actually all. So if here the permitted things is enter and return, supplement is not available here. Then if we want to include, ideally all combinations may have, all the things. And then the status two is kind of, okay, this. Yeah, no, they are actually provided by SAP default. So these four statuses are provided by default. Status 1, 2, 3, 4. And this classification can be then you can create your own statuses also if required. But I think the existing ones should be sufficient. So this is actually in status 3, and so currently, this version is assigned different statuses. So currently I'm using the version 0, but if I want to use one more version, then I can assign a different status to it. So for example, change one would go into the, let's say, change mode. So the changes in the budget is kept, you keep track of it through different versions. So let's try to create in the different version here. So instead of version 1, I will create it in the change version. And then I would be able to use the other types like this supplement and whatever is assigned to that version, inside that whatever is assigned, I can use those kind of statuses. So essentially it helps you differentiate between, different budget versions, help you differentiate between what was originally uh, designed and then what was subsequently added. So similarly, the combination of the budget type and the budget versions. So sorry, not here. Yeah, so there you can see. But if I try to give it in zero, I will just make a note of it in our spreadsheet. Yeah, edit status is already here. And then I want to. Okay, going ahead. Custom definable budget types. Yeah, we saw that budget types, entry document types, and consistency checks in BCS allow you to map the requests of your organization. So we have mapped, here the budget types. We have created different budget types according to the what kind of activity we are doing in the budget. So the entry budget, then the transfers, then the usual supplement, unusual supplement, etc. Budget entry and budget update activities are based on documents and are logged in budget entry documents. You display and maintain these in the budgeting workbench. A budgeting workbench is very similar to what we saw. It will show you in addition what is the documents posted and held, and then pre-posted, and so on. Status management allows you to subdivide the budget execution process in individual budgeting phases and define user specific roles through different authorizations. Yeah. So you can also define status management, and it will allow you to subdivide the budget process into different phases. So this is something I need to configure actually. Let me do that. Yeah, and multiple data entry also. Yeah, availability component. So this availability component again is a flexible tool. We'll see that you can customize to monitor and compare budget values and commitment actual values. So it's kind of shows you how much budget is available for use and how much is already consumed by the expenditure. You can use independent availability control checks. You can distribute budget data between different systems using application link enabling. In this way, you can send budget information from sender to receiver system, which will then post this budget data. But yeah, this is from sender and receiver systems. But at a lower level, you can also send and copy budget data as you can do in controlling between different fiscal years or between different fiscal periods or from one version to another version. So you want to actually start with the base version and then you want to add something to it. So those kind of things are possible. In the budgetary control system, you can execute and manage your organization's budget planning activities. Yeah, planning again, yeah. So these kind of functions are available, but generally the planning function, we set the planner profile, but these are more used in conjunction with BI tools. Okay, so this is how the BCS planning version. So you have plan data 2005. Okay, this planner tasks we can divide and we can, the FMBDT is the plan and budget data table, and these the budget entry documents that we are generating, the actual version and the plan version, and these yeah, these would ultimately go and sit in the backend in FMBD table, and the actual budget data. So the plan would kind of get rolled into the actual budget versions. So planning, as you can see, is not a mandatory activity, but you can use planning as a basis for budgeting, and then have the plan versions generate the budget document. So some kind of rough cut planning can be done, and it can be fine tuned, and then it can be copied over to the actual budget versions. And that budget version will actually serve as your base for the budgeting and availability control. So whenever you incur expenses based on that, it needs to stop you, or it needs to give you plan versus actual reports. So those kind of reports will happen based on the actual budget data. And we saw that even within the budget, we can have different types of versions, like 0, 1, 2, and different types of supplements, returns, etc. on those versions. Yeah, this is what they have done, how to do define planning. So define one or more number of planning layouts and planner profiles, and each user who carries out planning must be assigned to a planner profile, and that user can carry out planning, and then that planning can be copied over. Planning layout. So formula that defines which characteristics and key figures from a total table are used to carry out planning, and how the entry screen is structured during planning. So this also we'll see tomorrow, the planning layouts. And how the entry screen is structured during planning. It is predefined in the system that planning layouts are based on the total table FMBTT. The characteristic and key figures you want to use to carry out your planning, how the entry screen is structured, and whether you want to specify particular values or intervals, and then whether you want to include actual key figures. And you have the header area. So header area, we saw that it contains the higher level thing like the version, the fiscal year, the controlling area, sorry, the FM area. And then in the individual FM, individual lines, you have the budgeting addresses or the FM account assignment elements like your fund center or your commitment items, funds, functional area primarily, these four. And if grant management is in use, then we have grants management as well. Value column. So value column contains the key figure to be planned, and that is the plan value or display values, for example, the budget data of the previous year. So this is similar to your COPA. So value columns are like, the uh, planning data of this year or previous year, and, which can be used as a basis for budgeting. Again, it's the same thing. So you have to assign an authorization group to a planner profile, and then you can ensure that the individual planners only plan within their area of responsibility by defining planner profile tailor for each planner and assigning authorization groups. So similar to your authorizations, we want to control how the planning is done. And we want to, because the planning will be kind of decentralized, a lot of people will be doing the planning, and then that would be combined as a budget. So we don't want anybody stepping on someone else's shoes and doing planning for something which is not responsible. You can default the parameters to your planning layout. So your planning layouts will actually contain your default parameters, and the combination of a planning layout and default parameter is described as a planning task. So the layout and the parameter, so you can say that for the end user or for the business user, the task is cut out, that this is your planning layout, and these are your default parameters. Parameters would be your the account assignment elements. So you are responsible only for planning for these particular things, and that is how those layouts would be customized. And the specific layouts through the authorization groups would be given to the end users. So we can have like a department wise or fund center wise planning layouts which can be used in that manner. Okay. So this is about this thing. So, but before we go ahead with budgeting, let us quickly go to the grants management, and let me walk you through the grants management first. Then we'll start probably using those account assignment. So we are primarily dealing here with grantee management, not with grantor management. So grantor is the person who is giving the grant, whereas we are in this case the receiver of the grant, and therefore we would be kind of mainly dealing with that aspect. So at the highest level of the company code, you want to check whether the grantee management is activated or not. And here I have activated for the first company code. So determines whether grants management grantee component is active for a company code. So here we have activated it for Zaran. We will also activate it for the other one later. But the other one I have kept clean so that we can, build a really good structure and then have a few sessions of practice in that with data that is very close to the real scenarios. Yeah. So these are the these are the general update settings set for which GL accounts you want to use the grant management functionality. And here I have given a range of GL accounts, so we can narrow it down later. Uh, so that yeah. Okay, so before we, okay, let's first again go to the business partner function. So for this grants management, it is necessary to have a business partner, and this business partner is similar to your customer, vendor, etc. But it has a special role called a sponsor role. So if I go to BP, let's we can create one business partner. In fact, okay. Otherwise, first let us see the one that is created. So this is a grant management partner. That is the name I have given. And first you create it just like any other business partner. So basically the name and address, etc., identification, number ranges. Here in this particular case, the number ranges are not synced. So in the FI customer, the actually it has a different number, which is 40031. But I have created one account group called sponsor, and this is called sponsor from grant management. So this can be used to create further business partners. So what will be the purpose of this business partner is that that organization will provide the grant, and we will be monitoring the usage of the grant. And in future, so grant management has an additional functionality that this customer can also be used to build the work that is done against the grant. So you may actually do some billable activities in the grant, and then you can bill out those activities to that customer. So this also serves as a logistics kind of customer. Let us go to this role. So there is actually not more much information that is required to be given in this role, but simply we need to kind of create the customer in this role to be able to use it in the grants management module. I don't remember having. Oh yeah, we have at the company code level of the sponsor. Mm. So surprisingly, I don't see it assigned to the uh, mm, our FM area anywhere, but that assignment happens through the when we create the grant, because that same customer may exist in different roles in different FM areas and in different sales and distribution areas, general areas. So there is no hard linkage to the FM area. The link is actually through the company code. So here we have this link created in the role of sponsor. Not much additional information that is required, I mean, anything specific to funds management or something. So we just need to create this as a customer. Okay. So we'll now try to create one grant, and before that, there is something called as a sponsored object, and we need to create that as well. Sponsored program group is not mandatory, but a sponsored class. Yeah. So this is, what, it's kind of a expense and revenue classification. So this represents the sponsor's expense and revenue classification. So sponsored class is used to group expenses and revenue in order to satisfy the sponsor's view and reporting needs. Okay, so the sponsor may have, some reporting needs as to how he wants us to report the utilization of funds to according to his requirements. So it's basically like whether you spend a grant on expense or you send a grant on creating revenue or program income. So these are the different sponsored class types. Or rather, I would say, sorry, not income. So whether it is spent in recording income or expense. So you may have kind of different sponsored classes for recording revenue against that sponsor, and also, the expense against the grant. Then I created one grant. So grant, when you create a grant, it essentially requires a sponsor. So the grant is always tied to a sponsor. So here you can see the sponsor and the company code, and again the grant type. So again, here they have given status network, no status network. You have your own classification. So I created one called Z1. Then how much value is the grant? This is like 1.5 million INR. And if it is if it is not in the FM area currency, then you would have to specify the exchange rate as well. So suppose I get a grant in USD, then to maintain that, I would have to specify. Generally, it will take the M rate, but you can specify a different rate because a grant would be received at one point of time, and then it would kind of be used against different points of time. Okay, and then it has a validity from to date. If it is, generally a grant would be need to be utilized in a particular way, and then it would, in future when it allows you to have what kind of posting activity can be done against this grant, and whether the billing is manual, milestone based billing, periodic billing, RRB, resource related billing, or those kind of things can be mentioned here. So for the sake of simplicity, I have kept it simple. And the supported objects, you can actually put the funds and the sponsored program and the sponsored class. So here I have given just a global thing. And then you have a lot of different functionalities here, which we will explore during the course of this lecture, subsequent lectures.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard fund type in SAP Funds Management? Option A, budget fund. Option B, cost fund. Option C, revenue fund. Option D, project fund. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hi there. Are you ready to take your organization's financial management to new heights with SAP Funds Management? Our self-paced online course is here to empower you with the skills you need. In this comprehensive training, you'll dive deep into the intricacies of SAP Funds Management. Discover how to streamline budgeting processes, allocate funds efficiently, and ensure seamless compliance with regulatory requirements. Our course curriculum is meticulously designed by industry experts, covering everything from creating commitment items and assigning budget periods to generating insightful reports for data-driven decision-making. Meet your instructors, seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Funds Management. They'll guide you every step of the way, sharing real-world insights and best practices to help you master this powerful tool. Don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their financial operations using the knowledge gained from our course. Best of all, this invaluable training is accessible at an affordable price, making it a smart investment for your career, growth, and organizational success. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and enroll now to unlock the true potential of SAP Funds Management.
So far, we have seen a lot of different topics, but you might be wondering that how all these tie up together, So we have seen it in kind of bits and pieces. So I have created one end-to-end cycle, and let's try that end-to-end cycle. And I think that will give us a good idea about what this is about. So right from creating the fund to, let me pause my sharing for a minute. So, we'll create a fund, we'll create the hierarchies, we'll create budget address, we'll create posting address, then we'll do budgeting, we'll release the budget, and we'll book actuals. And then we'll see the couple of reports which will show you the budget and the actuals. So after this, I think then we'll be in a good position to target the very specific topics and then how the data load happens. So did you get a chance to, try out anything in the system?
Yes, in my system, in my not in the system, this one.
Oh, you have another system, is it? Not this one.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So you're familiar with now creating fund, doing all, etc.
Yeah, fund center and all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, let's proceed with this, and if you find that you're already familiar, we can skip ahead. But what I want to show you here is that try to utilize as many things as possible. So okay, first thing we'll create is a fund center, and when we create a fund center, see, generally what we will do is whenever we have funds management active, we will make those fields kind of mandatory. Because if you are trying to sidestep, I mean, you in the sense the user is trying to sidestep this thing, then there is the whole purpose of having the funds management will be defeated. So firstly, we will have derivation rules, which will derive. So that these derivation rules could be like 15, 20 in number, because for each of the scenarios, we'll have to build one derivation rule. Like you could derive it from the material group, for example, in case of purchases, in case of other expenses from different types from the GL account, in other cases from some other account assignment object. But I don't think it will be possible. So we'll have to build controls in such a way that it is not possible to create it without, or if you want to create it without, then I think the best alternative is to create a dummy fund center, and whatever you don't want to assign to that fund center, you can assign it to a dummy fund center.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So I will create one fund here. See, what I'm trying to do is now create the fund in a hierarchy. So earlier, the fund center in hierarchy. So earlier we had this kind of fund center as EDU 001 as a fund center. So below that we can create, in a hierarchy. Let's try creating that in a hierarchy. So I have created 1 and 2. So let's create 3 now. So I will name it as something. Yeah, courses 03. Username. And when I give the hierarchy, Then here the superior fund center would be the 0, 1. Then we will in future, maybe once we are comfortable with cycle, what we can do is we can try budgeting at a higher level, and then booking the funds at a lower level. So that is also possible, because the posting address and budgeting address can be different. But for the time being, we can stick to this thing. So this is valid from 31/12/1990. So I have created a firstly I have created a fund center. Okay, so I'll make a note of this here in my Excel sheet. And since the recordings are available, you can actually go and check later if you want. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to create the budget address and the posting address, since we are using the hierarchical structure for budgets. So we need to create the posting address and budget address, so that we are able to budget for that particular fund center using other cost elements, account assignment elements, and we are also able to book the actuals. So firstly, I would create the budget address. So we can go through the menu also. Sorry, it is in master data actually. Funded program, use of account assignment elements, budgetary control system, budget structure, budget address. So first I'll create the budget address. The year with 2022. Budget category I'm using as the payment budget. And budget structure, you have to create one at the top, and we have created this default one. Then with what combinations I'm going to create the budget address. So the posting ledger is 9F, not 9A. Then the fund is the one which we used earlier. We can even put a grant here, but let's leave it for the time being. Then the fund center is going to be the one which I created. And commitment item, see, when we automate this process, we can create en masse, or we can even enter multiple things out here. But currently, I'll create just one, so that we are clear, what we are exactly booking. So with these 4 combinations, I will create one budget address. So this account assignment elements you can see here. So if I save this budget address gets created. Okay. Any questions, you can let me know. So this is created.
Sure.
This is mark it in a different color. This is created. Now I will create the posting address, because when I post the actuals, we need to. So yeah, everywhere you can see the mass processing options. Okay, sorry. For the actuals, it's 9F. So this is for the budget, and then 9A for actuals. So similarly, I'll create with the same combinations, fund center, commitment item, and functional area. Okay. So these 4 combinations I have saved the posting address also. So now we are ready to actually budget on this and actually post item. But before that, we need to generate the hierarchy also, because we are using the multi-level budget structure, and this hierarchy has to be generated so that internally it updates what what we created into its tables. So I will put the, okay, there is a hierarchy ID here, which is kind of a top level ID. And then commitment item right now will take only one. And the fund center also I will take only one. So first this we will run in the test run. Here it says operation was successful. Error messages are 0. You can even display the hierarchy. So this hierarchy is actually pertaining only to the combination of fund center and commitment item. So for some reason, this step is required to be created before you can do the budgeting. Then you have maintain budget addresses. So we have already created this. Again, this seems to be more a technical step. Uh, so when we created the fund, now this is 03 and the functional area IB 75, commitment item general, and government grant. So for these combinations, we need to, so it will create the technical addresses. Here you see the option called create addresses. You can also delete the addresses if something is not relevant. But right now we are creating the addresses, and the processing option, if you see, firstly I will execute it in the test run, and later on I will execute it in the actual run. So this, if you see, it creates a combination with not only this, but even the grants which are there, which we can later try out with a combination with an example of a grant if we can do the same thing. But since I had created a grant also, it created, and then you have one funded program also. So various combinations you can create, and this will create the budget addresses in the multi-level budget structure. So all combinations it will create, unless you kind of exclude this grant initially, or you exclude the funded program in that case. But these are, just the addresses. So it's not necessary that everything should have some budget, or, you should make a planning against everything. So right now we are just creating the groundwork for creating the budget. Okay. Then we have, yesterday we saw various options to run the budget. Now, I actually will show you one more thing that, okay. So this, if you go here in the budgetary control system, you have the entry documents to create, and we'll create individually. But here actually I tried to create a template, but there is some issue. I'm not able to create, save it. It gives some weird error. So let me try it again. Or if you, in your system, you are able to do it, just let me know. It says held document does not exist. So this message seems to be a bit odd, because we are not holding any document here. We are just trying to assign a template here. If you go to the drop down also, it doesn't give you anything. If you go to the help also, it doesn't give you the right configuration node here. And whatever the procedure they have assigned, I thought I followed it, but it's not working. So we'll figure it out in the coming days. But right now we'll do manual planning. So we could either do it with this, or we could do it with budgeting workbench. So right now I'll do it with create. Now, when we create, yesterday we saw that, you can actually go and select the various criteria. So let us assume that first, let us put some budget figures here. So the entry budget, I want to put it as 25,000. And then the return, I want to put it as, let's say 3,000. So the net available budget would be 22,000. And we need to enter both the transactions separately, different points in time. This entry would be probably in the beginning, return would be at a different stage. So let's start with entering the budget. We know that this is okay. Carryover also we'll see tomorrow. Carryover is, you can carry forward from one year to the next year. So that is what we'll see tomorrow. Version for entry is your 0 version. Document date, let's say today. Fiscal year is 22. and budget entry. So right now I'm taking only one each, but in practice, of course, we will be required to do multiple at the multiple levels. So we could actually we need the mass entry tool there. So if you remember, these are the four dimensions that we use: government grant. Oh, sorry, fund center is not correct. This fund center is this one. So the lower level one. And funded program, I'll keep blank. And at the entry, let me enter 25,000 as the budget. So you can also enter some text like initial budget loaded. So everything seems to be okay. Here you will see that has updated the expenditure budget as 25,000. And then I will save this. So this saving actually created one document. So your document 20 has been successfully created. Uh, so let's say document 20 posted. Now, before I carry out return, let's look at this report, which shows the budget overview. And since we have only one entry in this for the time being, we are going to see only one value there. FMRP RW budget, display budget entry documents. Yeah, this one, budget overview. So there are a lot of different reports, and I think the strength of this module is more in reporting, gives various type of report. So this one, if you see financial management area, budget categories, payment budget, version is 0, fiscal year 22. And let me give only the fund center here, sorry. Because there is only one entry, so anything you give unique is fine. Okay, this is not a set. This is an individual value. Fund center. So here you can see that, based on this, you got a report that current budget and the original budget and return supplement, etc. are blank because we have only one entry. And probably you can call up the individual line item report from here. So search actual line item, search entry document. Yeah, so you see here the entry document. Probably you can see it in the another format as the document entry format also. Yeah, this is the entry format. So this kind of drill down is available up to the lowest level in this report. Then of course, if if you have more now if anything I click, it is going to go to the same thing. Any other report we can try? Okay, we have not released the value here, so we can just check this. Oh, this layout is funny. Yeah, this will give you all the history of the budget. Okay, now for me to book expenses, also I have done the budgeting now, so it's not necessary that uh, I release all the budget at one go, because I may want to release it, on a monthly basis and so on. So, okay, first what we'll try to do is we'll try to create a return first, and then again see the report, how it looks like. Now I'm going to do the return. Document type is same. This also allows the return. Let's see, I'm not sure whether it is version 0 or version 1, but we'll find out. How much we have decided to return is 3,000. Okay. No errors detected, and save. Yeah, so document 21 has been created. So here it doesn't actually show any signs like plus or minus, but it will show you under the relevant bucket. Yeah, so here you can see that, now it has returned 3,000, and what is actually available for utilization is 22,000. We could also try a supplement here. Let's try that. So again, going through the same transaction. Now I will do supplement. Supplement requires a different document type. Sorry, normal supplement, unusual supplement, whatever that means. And I think it requires budget version 1, but let's see. Yeah, this will create an issue here. So I think you require budget version 1 here. Right. Now let us go back to the budget overview. This is a good report. And we are still on the budget itself. So we have not gone to the actuals. Okay, so does it allow for multiple versions? Because I would definitely require a report which shows both, Now here it is showing in a different version as a return or a supplement. And maybe what I need to do in that case is then transfer the budget from the original to the next version, so that so as to make it 0 and then carry forward to the next version. So these are some practical issues we need to figure out, but the system will not allow you to do the supplement to the same version, because The status type has to be different. Unless you want everything in the same also, that's fine. But we have currently assigned a status type to different thing. If you want everything in the same also, SAP allows that. So that's not an issue. Okay, so return, I think document 21 was posted. And net available in that without the supplement is 22. Let's see it again. Yeah, now what we have is 22. Right. Any questions so far? So we completed this. We completed this.
Yeah, I'm fine so far. Yeah.
Okay.
I have to do this on my own too.
Sorry.
I'll have to do this on my own to get a more.
Yeah. And maybe you'll discover some things which you can also share. Because these reports are very vast, and it's difficult to get everything in one session. Yeah. So now, if you see here, this report budget view by process, it is giving you everything like enter, return, and supplement. If you look at it, but here the problem, it is not giving you line item wise by the commitment item. So okay, now we'll go to the next step. Is this release the budget data? So that release is required for making it available to the commitment item. Otherwise, what happens is, okay, let's try to book one expense. So currently, I will tell you one limitation here, that the transfer is not happening automatically. I'm running one T code called FNO0. This is 0 to transfer documents from financial accounting to financial management. But these checks and all should happen online. So let's see if standard allows that. Because in my project, what I saw, the checks used to happen online. But I'm not 100% sure if they are using some user exit to dynamically get those values at document entry. Let's see. So right now, if I enter this thing for, let's say, now I have not transferred anything. So I have not released the budget, and I will try to enter the values against the particular, fund center and commitment item 03. So four things we are entering: functional area, commitment, fund also. And then 50. So I post this document, it posts. So because it's not online, but the moment I try to transfer this document, this is worth 10,000 with a, let's see the assignments again. The same assignment with which we have created the budget. So if I do FMN and 0, it will give me a message that there is no budget available. So posting period is 7, entry date is today. And test run, and you remove this display errors only, because we want to see all the messages, not just the error messages. Yeah, so here it will say that annual budget exceeded by 10,000 INR, because we have switched on the availability control. So that for the the budget to be passed on to the availability control, there is one more prerequisite that is required, and that is the releasing the budget. So that budget can be released in bits and pieces, but or it can be released entirely. So this is the T code where we'll release the budget. Yeah, so this is release the budget data. So, okay, so when we when the availability control gets activated, it creates two special GLs, in case of 9F and 9G, it creates something like 9L and 9S. So those things are stored in a separate special GL, and they are tracked from there. So I did some configuration for this, some document types, etc. But these seems to be kind of standard. So here also we have, let's select this releasable budget, and then our target period is again 1 to 12, because I have selected here fiscal year, entire fiscal year. And okay, let's restrict these things to the fund center where we want to release the budget, and not necessarily the commitment item, etc. But later on, we can try that if I try to book one more document in a different commit using a different commitment item in the same fund center, then also it should not allow, because that budget, that posting address is not there. And that is where this hierarchical comes into picture, that I may not want to track this at a granular level. So either I can use a hierarchical structure, I can use a commitment item which is broad, but a GL account which is at a detailed level. So here I'm releasing it. So here you can see this 22,000 amount that was available has now got released, right? I don't know, I was in the test run. Yeah, the processing option has a test run, and we would remove the test run. And then, okay, even the update mode is that you can add data or reset and overwrite. And right now, anything is fine, because, generally you would add data, because if a part of the budget has already been released, then you don't want to reset it. You just want to add whatever budget was added later on, or, whatever changes were made. Yeah, so this is reset and overwrite and update successful. So this budget has been released. Document number 23. Okay, now what we'll do, we have already booked the accounting entry. So we will again try to pass it to the financial management. And this time we have a budget of 20,000, 22,000 there. So it should allow me to release this document. So ideally this should happen everything online. But let me see that. See, now it says document updated. That means the document is passed on to the funds management. Now let us go to this another report called budget usage report. Did we see this report earlier? Yeah, here it is, overview of budget usage report. So this will show you, what was the availability, and then what was, how much is used. So now we saw that the availability was 22,000, right? Sorry, are you with me? I just, sometimes the network gets disconnected.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Fine.
Oops, why is it not showing anything? Yeah, so if you see this consumable budget is 22,000 and what got consumed was 10,000. So still we have 12,000 available. So now let us try to post one document which is slightly different in terms of the account assignment because for this edu 003 we have created just one budget address. So if I give any other combination, then it should ideally fail. Let's see that. So fund center is not this one, but edu 001 03. And the commitment item here, it's derived automatically. If you see, we had some rules, but we can always override. So instead of general, I will select this as the commitment item. And instead of YB75, I will select YB25 as the functional area. And the fund, let us keep the same. So this document I can book. Definitely, let's book it for a smaller amount so that we have some amount left for another example if required. So let us check once again. I'm using the same fund center, but different account assignments here. And after posting the document, I'm going to do FMN0 to transfer this document. So this document number is 16.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following transactions is used to create a fund in SAP? Option A, FSS0. Option B, FMSA. Option C, FMR1. Option D, FM08. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So you should remove these display errors only because otherwise it will show only the errors. But we are generally interested in looking at all the messages. So, okay. Yeah. So now if you see here, it says amount exceeded by 1,500, although the budget is available up to 10,000. But the budget is not available under that particular budget address or posting address. And that is why you cannot post with that account assignment. So that is why, the whole structure, as we can see now, or we can appreciate that how it becomes important, linkage between GL accounts and the commitment items, or between fund centers, cost centers, or between functional areas. So here in this case, is the functional area is different. It will not allow you to functional area and your I think what is different, commitment item is different. So it doesn't allow you to post. Okay. Yeah, I will try to show you one more report which I saw. Yeah, so here you will see that corresponding to your two ledgers, there are two special ledgers here. So this is the posting payment, and this is the commitment thing. And you select that, and let's select the fund center 03. Yeah. So it shows you in another way, this consumable amount, consumed amount, available amount. Then you can drill down to the details. So this segment, if you know, this is the style of writing the particular posting address, and grant and funded programs are blank. No, why is grant blank? Government grant. Oh, grant means, yeah, okay. A grant refers to the grant of the as an account assignment object. So let's try one last thing. We'll create a budget for with a grant, because we have already created the posting address for that. And let's see if we can book something against it. So I'm creating a budget with the same thing. Where is the grant here? This layout doesn't have grant. No, we don't have that. Fortunately, I will create one layout with a grant so that we can. Okay, and there is one more here. Okay, budgeting workbench. So budgeting workbench will actually, it's very similar. Okay, just I want to check what is this pre-posting, So okay, here it has a layout. In the layout, which layout is this? Need to check. But it has the grant here. So let's enter the grant. Hmm. This budget address is not created, I guess. You're trying to create an entry budget document using a grant. Only the grant with a value of space. A grant without a value. Okay, it's not relevant. Change the line. Okay, I need to check this. I think there's somewhere we are not allowing grants as account assignment objects, or budgeting under grants is not allowed. So that's fine. So possibility to enter a grant. Yeah. Okay, let's try to pre-post. Since this is pre-posted, does it appear in the reports? We have a budget overview report. Okay, this is for the sector. Yes, pre-posted also appears. What is the difference? Pre-posted, posted. Yeah, I think, let me check this. What is the facility offered by pre-post? So what are the differentiators actually between? So hope, Kenny, the whole cycle is now clear. So we'll keep on adding to this. Now there are some topics that we'll take up, like, earmarked funds. So this is a special facility where you can pre-earmark funds, and, you can put them in separate buckets. So there are different types of earmarked funds. So those we'll see.
Hi there. Are you ready to take your organization's financial management to new heights with SAP Funds Management? Our self-paced online course is here to empower you with the skills you need. In this comprehensive training, you'll dive deep into the intricacies of SAP Funds Management. Discover how to streamline budgeting processes, allocate funds efficiently, and ensure seamless compliance with regulatory requirements. Our course curriculum is meticulously designed by industry experts, covering everything from creating commitment items and assigning budget periods to generating insightful reports for data-driven decision-making. Meet your instructors, seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Funds Management. They'll guide you every step of the way, sharing real-world insights and best practices to help you master this powerful tool. Don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their financial operations using the knowledge gained from our course. Best of all, this invaluable training is accessible at an affordable price, making it a smart investment for your career, growth, and organizational success. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and enroll now to unlock the true potential of SAP Funds Management.